the United Nations, making predictions that by 2050, we will be 9.7 billion people. If all these people get educated, get technologically empowered, 9.7 billion people or nearly 10 billion people on this planet is for sure going to be a disaster. Yes. We can make arrangements and arrangements, we can improve the arrangements, we can make more energy-saving machines, we can recycle the shit.
Step aside, skim milk. You're done, almond milk. There might be a new milk coming to town and it's about to crawl right into the dairy aisle at the supermarket. Cockroach milk. Scientists are saying cockroach milk could be one of the most nutritious things you can drink.
I am not a bigot. I am not a science denier. Cockroach milk is so much more sustainable and nutritious than real milk. I am a good global citizen who gets his recommended daily dosage of vitamin TV. The planet is dying because I exist. The good grown-ups on the TV screen are trying to help us solve this #climate crisis by helping us sterilize ourselves and eat sustainable nutrient-fortified vegan kibble so our sick, sad, dying mommy Earth can feel all better. I'm going to ask my wife's boyfriend if it is socially acceptable to consume cockroach milk as an ethical vegan and animal rights activist.
Discovered cockroach milk has 4 times as much protein as cow's milk. 4 times as much.
Yes. We can do all this, no matter what we create, no matter how much we strive, whatever we build, everything is going to be insufficient because the planet is going to be insufficient. I was in a conference and I said, see, unless you reduce the human footprint on the planet, there is no solution for anything. Then they asked me a brilliant question, how do you reduce the human footprint? I said, you have to reduce the number of feet. That's the only way. I am not saying children are bad, they're wonderful, but it's just too many. We as human beings, we are wonderful, but we are too many. We are so many that the insect population is going down. No, it's not a joke, it's very threatening. If the insect population disappears, the planet will be destroyed. Yes, the worms disappear, the planet will be destroyed. If you and me disappear, planet will flourish. Our life expectancy has improved. This means we have taken death into our hands. When we take death into our hands, it is our business to take birth also into our hands, isn't it?
I feel so empowered on my vegan climate activist hero's journey. We are all one. I am a highly evolved god who evolved from cosmic pond scum. We are all God. I am you and you are me. We're a happy family that needs to save its dying mommy from our toxic exhalations by taking #climate action now with the more evolved good grown-ups at governments, banks, and global corporations to help educate us how to get rid of ourselves and all the toxic extra human baby feet to decrease our atrocious carbon footprints and save the planet and evolution from ourselves because we are all one.
We're standing here, for this is an emergency. We're standing here, for all that we hold dear. We're standing here, for beauty and diversity. And we're standing in the love that binds us all. And we demand our government must tell the truth.
Climate change tops the environmental agenda at present. We all know that every additional person will need to use some carbon energy, if only for firewood for cooking, and will therefore create more carbon dioxide. Similarly, we can all see that every extra person is or will an extra victim of climate change. I mean, no one who privately disagrees that population growth is a problem. No one, except flat earthers, can deny that that planet is finite. We can all see it in that beautiful picture from our Earth, taken from the Apollo mission. Every one of these global problems, social as well as environmental, becomes more difficult and ultimately impossible to solve with ever more people. Thank you.
I am so glad the good grown-ups like David Attenborough and Prince Philip, friend of philanthropist Jimmy Savile, and the father of Prince Andrew, close friend of champion of science and philanthropist Jeffrey Epstein, are helping find solutions to all the extra people who need to stop existing. The hashtag climate crisis make me so sad. The totally real death threats from the climate are so scary, and I need the good government grown-ups to fix it and give 16-year-old human shield Greta her future back.
He promoted this on television, and he went around all the agricultural shows, and he had it was a one-man thing, and it had a tremendous effect. It reduced it from 3% to 1%. But one of the things he said to the farmers, he said, look, you don't need all these children, it's ridiculous. You've got to feed them all, clothe them all, educate them all, and look after their health. So have a few, and then if you want to go on entertaining yourself, have a vasectomy. Oh, yes. Well, how do I do that? Well, I'll organize it for you. We'll have buses running into Bangkok on the King's birthday, very auspicious day. And you will go into, and he took over a whole lot of school halls and that sort of thing. And he showed me a photograph of all these beds and everything, and people went in, and I said, but how did they take it? Well, he said they didn't like being seen to have the operation. Oh, I said, really, how do you do that? I had visions of, putting up. Oh, he said, it's quite simple, I blindfolded them.
I am so glad that Jimmy Savile's royal friend, Prince Philip, is helping all the extra people to not exist anymore.
What vegan birth control method would you recommend?
Vasectomy.
Hell yeah, baby! You heard me, you heard me, you heard him!
Well, get on board. Come on.
Yes,
What do you
I love
mean?
this guy.
Why should the women have to take pills?
No.
I feel so empowered by the vasectomy I got from Dr. Gregor. We must help governments and media educate more people on the benefits of not having families or property, not eating real meat or animal foods, and living in smart city coffin apartment cubbies.
Don't screw the planet! Don't screw the planet!
The Earth will be so happy and healthy if we eat sustainable, nutrient-fortified vegan smart kibble that the good grown-ups at the transnational banks and corporations share with us.
You see, Fred's kids are millennials. They've just surpassed baby boomers to become the largest generation in American history. And they've all been moving back to the cities. But there are only so many houses and cars that can fit in a city. And this is where the sharing economy comes in. We now have these powerful computers, smartphones, in our hands.
I love sharing and do not hate science. The good grown-up champions of science like Jeffrey Epstein and his friends Bill Gates and Prince Andrew know what's best for me and the planet. I can't wait for the nice, happy, healthy corporate global technocratic government to ration and share resources with us. I wish I could help poor 16-year-old human shield Greta Thunberg to find a carbon-neutral ride back to Europe from America so she can meddle in the elections over there and save the planet from the extra people causing the totally real and not made-up hashtag climate crisis.
That led Greta Thunberg to take to social media to call for help. She said, I've traveled around halfway around the world, but in the wrong way. And now she's looking for a way to cross back in the Atlantic by this COP25 summit now in Madrid.
We have tons of time to turn things around. Well, not tons, but enough. Assuming we all act now. Last month, we had an ant problem at my house. This is going to sound strange, but I felt somewhat in awe of their teamwork. In fact, fire ants are experts at teamwork. They're pretty tiny, right? But when faced with large challenges like crossing a river, hundreds or thousands of fire ants can work together to build structures out of their own bodies, like rafts. As a result, they can carry the entire colony across the river. Collectively, they do what is necessary to save the entire group. We too can work together.
Rejoice. I've found a solution to Greta's transportation problem that will get her to Europe and help decrease our atrocious carbon footprint that's killing poor mommy Earth and stealing poor little Prince Philip, Greta, and Bill Gates' futures. We must use the extra people's surplus human bodies to make a giant raft that can bring this brave, 16-year-old human shield back to Europe so she can help the good grown-ups at the global banks and corporations create the happy, sustainable, totalitarian world government to fight the #climate crisis that is our fault because we exist. Nature provides the answers and the wisdom of children will guide us on our journey to sustainability on our renewable carbon-neutral giant human corpse raft.
The things humans fear most is that we will be powerful beyond our belief.
I am empowered beyond my belief to take #climate action against myself to save the planet from myself by drinking cockroach milk, eating vegan kibble, putting the pee-pee in the poo-poo, and sterilizing myself. I am not deceived. I am not being programmed to self-destruct by toxic weaponized pop culture. I'm going to ask my wife's boyfriend if this sustainable giant human corpse raft is vegan friendly.
How do you do that? I had visions of, putting up. Oh, he said it's quite simple. I blindfolded them.
What's up, bigots? Don't you love Prince Philip's voice? I blindfolded them. Hello, bigots. Hello, all you extra people. Selfishly existing and destroying my planet. All you bigots. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What's cracking, guys? We got the debates, the Duhbates. We Duhbating today. We're watching the vice presidential Duhbates. In case you don't already know, the debate, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? When was the last debate?
It was last Tuesday.
The presidential debate was last Tuesday. That was quite the adventure, wasn't it? That was quite the event. That was almost as cancerous as last night's stream, wasn't it? There we go. Let's pull this up. Guys, make sure to hit the thumbs up. Hit them thumbs up. Hit the like.
To reach. There will be 2 times when you can applaud. That will be when I announce the 2 candidates on the stage. They'll come on the stage simultaneously. That'll be a time to applaud. And then applaud again at the very end of the debate. But if you could keep restrain your enthusiasm
this dude's
between
mask.
those 2 times, I'd appreciate it.
Oh,
and if
look
you
at
could
the
send me a bowl of
humanizing.
Karna, that would also be appreciated, but quietly. I'm going now to sit down and get settled and turn my back to you, but not in a rude way. And I'll see you on the other side. Thanks again for being here.
Susan Page, she's the vice principal of the vice presidential debate right there. Making sure everybody stays in line. What's going on, guys? What's up, Chase? Chase up in the chat. Andy's in the chat. What's up, Andy?
I am a soy boy because I love soy.
Oh, are you? Oh, are you? What's up, guys? Hey, look at that. We already got a super chat from a soy boy who loves soy. Who loves soy? We got a super chat. Thank you very much to 1455XL. 1455XL. Because 1455 was already taken, so I did the extra large. I guess you're over there in Australia. He says, "Fuck veganism. Fuck the veganisms." Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sending those Australian bucks. How are things over in Australia? We got any other Aussies in the chat? Got any other Aussies in the chat? All right. Let's get those thumbs up, guys. Let's get them thumbs up. Lee Jennifer says the word toxic is toxic. It's so toxic. It's so toxic. You know, just don't be so toxic. We've got two different feeds here. Look at this one. You like how they have the Constitution up behind them? I don't know if you noticed on the last stream, the phrase in the Constitution that they decided to show on the screen is the phrase about if the government becomes corrupt, then the people have the duty and the right to tear it down. All right, so I have this kind of subconscious suggestion of violent revolutionary, even on the presidential debate stage. We'll see if they've got the same paragraph behind the candidates today. But last time that was what they had behind them, seeding your consciousness for this revolution that's been fomenting. This revolution that's been fomenting for a while. Dusty asks who the moderator is on this debate. I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's this woman. Look at the plastic shields. Are you kidding me? They put plastic shields. Look at this theater. So the debate starts in like 3 or 4 minutes, but we got a bunch of other stuff we can hit on too. We've got a lot of cool stuff we can hit on actually. We've got we got a funny one. Where'd that video go? I have so many windows pulled up. So many windows. Let's find that. I got a few funny videos pulled up we could check out. I want to thank everybody for supporting that stream last night. Even though it was pure cancer, I apologize to anybody who caught stage 9 metastatic cancer from the stream last night. That was a highly contagious cancer stream, especially those last 2 hours. That was quite the ride. Quite the display. But you know what? He waited 2 years. He waited 2 years to get that in. He tried so hard. For 2 years to get that in, and and the boy pulled through. I'm just waiting on Young Virus. I'm waiting on Young Virus in the remix. What's up, Garland Farms? How's it going, man? JD, Garland Farms over there. We're gonna be taking calls today too. How about I start that Zoom meeting? Zoom meeting hadn't started yet. There we go. Pull the Zoom meeting up. There's a link for the Zoom down in the description below. You guys want to call in and chat? If you got any questions, you can call in. Please support the stream via the Streamlabs as well. Super chats are great, but the Streamlabs is the best way to super chat. That's the best way to go. Sean Kilger says, I listened to that earlier. It was an effing train wreck. Yeah. It was frustratingly hilarious. It was quite the ride. It was, someone said some epic LARPing. Yeah. Chunk Yoga says, I wanted to stop listening but could not for some reason. Yeah, I couldn't stop pulling him back in because it was so amazing to me to see somebody that deep in the tism. Like that deep in just pure psychosis. It's kind of sad. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, we do these things to ourselves. It's our decisions that bring these about. And that's what happens when you try to raise families with no fathers. That's what happens when you have broken homes, when the children are raised by the state, when the children are raised by electronic devices and coomers, when they're raised by the coomer army on the internet. That's what you get. That's exactly the state of the West right now is axe yourself. That's the state of the West embodied right there. All right, let's it looks like they're not going to start for a couple minutes here. Let's debate. Let me pull up. Where'd it go? We've got a window with a few funny videos pulled up. There we go. All right, we can switch back and forth. We don't have to do... We'll switch back and forth. We'll do some of the debate. I'm not expecting this debate to be too entertaining, too interesting. Things that you can expect not to hear talked about in this debate are any real issues. Don't expect to hear any real issues discussed in this debate, right? Both parties, I'm going to go ahead and say that both parties will be posturing about who is going to be tougher on coronavirus, who is going to be the best little neocon, who is going to be harder on, who's going to be more war hawkish towards Iran, who is going to be pushing for more government surveillance, who's going to be pushing for more surveillance of
Good evening. From
ourselves,
the University of Utah in Salt Lake City.
And of our biology especially, right?
only
This thing,
Vice President-
the idea of testing everybody all the time, public-private partnerships. This is what's going to be discussed. What won't be discussed are real issues. What won't be discussed is
I'm not having any difficulty. Again, I'm bigger than you. I'm stronger than you.
You're a lot louder than me, too. You're a lot louder than me. Man. You know, it's okay. It's been a day of many interruptions, hasn't it? We're used to it. We're used to it here. Let's see, my video's a little... Let me fix that video up a little bit. Let's get that. There we go. All right, we got a super chat. A bigger and stronger super chat. We'll find out.
Thank you.
With the plastic
Senator
barriers
Harris and
in
Vice
between
President
them, right?
Pence, thank you for being here. We're meeting as President Trump and the First Lady continue to undergo...
Because the virus can't go through that plastic. If you put a plastic wall in between people, it keeps them safe.
We send our thoughts and prayers to them for their rapid and complete recovery and for the recovery of everyone afflicted by the coronavirus. The two campaigns and the Commission on Presidential Debates have agreed to the ground rules for tonight. I'm here to enforce them.
I'm here to enforce the rules. The rules are no talking about the Federal Reserve, no talking about real foreign policy, absolutely no discussion on the massive overreach of government surveillance into your daily lives. We will not be discussing at all further extending the Patriot Act. We will not be discussing the NDAA. We won't be discussing the billions of dollars that are going through the Pentagon and DARPA into big tech to surveil you and social engineer you. And we won't be talking about any real issues. C. Cook donates $10, says, my wife's boyfriend is bigger than you and stronger than you. Hope you and the fam are keeping well in the NWO, Tristan. God bless. DeWald and Claudine. Claudine, I'm glad you're doing well. Hope everything's good over there in Ireland. I think this is the Claudine that I remember. Hope you're doing well. And it's always a blessing to hear from you. So thank you, and God bless you guys as well.
Let's begin with the ongoing pandemic that has cost our country so much.
Oh, yes. The pandemic has cost our country so much, not the government response, the pandemic.
Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases over the past 7 days than in the week before.
Cases with PCR positive cases, which means nothing.
Even if a vaccine is released soon, the next administration will face hard choices. What would a Biden administration do in January and February that a Trump administration wouldn't do? Would you impose new lockdowns for businesses and schools and hotspots? A federal mandate to wear masks?
Who called it already? More lockdowns. Who's going to be given more lockdowns?
Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country.
Failure to lock down.
And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over
210,000 dead people who had PCR positive tests where it was incentivized for hospitals to give them positive results.
Looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial.
Yeah, frontline workers have been dancing on TikTok for the last few months, mocking you while you're called non-essentials and dehumanized.
Had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
On January 28th, the vice president and the president were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed that it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And
where's she
in
getting
spite
that
of all
quote
of that,
from?
today
I haven't
they
heard that
still
quote.
don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all.
Oh,
That is the
mandatory,
plan that Joe
right?
Biden
When's
has,
mandatory
and that I
coming?
have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that. And frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans have died of COVID-19 since February. The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door.
Listen to this.
You
Listen
head
to this
the
woman.
administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher than that of almost every other
Because the hospitals are incentivized to test everybody. They're forcing testing everybody. And PCR positives, there's a huge false positive rate with PCR tests. They test for viral fragments. It could be any coronavirus, one of many coronaviruses that can be in your body and be latent in your body at any given moment.
But I want the American people to know that from the very first day, President Donald Trump has put the health of America first. Before there were more than 5 cases in the United States, all people who had returned from China. President Donald Trump did what no other American president had ever done. And that was he suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Senator Joe Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date.
And this is that's how you create the case-demic. That's how you create the case-demic. As Ivor Cummins has been documenting very well on his YouTube channel, Ivor Cummins, the case-demic. The more you test, the more cases will be revealed. If you look at the overall deaths compared to previous years for the same month in the United States, guess what you see? No difference.
Is when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President Trump and I and our task force have been doing every step of the way.
Yeah, and you see, and this is the scam. This is how it
When I
goes.
look at their plan that talks
You see
about-
who can out neocon the other side. Who's gonna outmaneuver and be more of a technocrat than the other side.
And I think the American people know that this is a president who has put the health of America first, and the American people, I believe with my heart, can be proud of the sacrifices they have made. It's saved countless American lives.
Senator Harris, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked. When you're looking at over 210,000
This is the woman. They're saying they want more lockdowns. They want nationwide lockdowns and nationwide mask mandates. These freaking people want nationwide mask mandates.
The vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
So I don't know, this is not, this is a Susan.
The president wanted people to remain calm? Oh my goodness.
You have 15 more seconds, and then we'll give the Vice President
Thank
a
you.
chance to
So I want to ask the American people, how
Yeah.
calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper?
Why were they
How calm
panicked?
were
They were
you
panicked
when
because
your
of the
kid was
media
sent
that's
home
pushing
from
you.
school and you didn't know where
That's
you
why
could
they're
go?
panicked.
How calm were you?
They're panicked by the
when your
media,
children-
which pushes administrations into acting. The media that gaslights people into a state of fear and trepidation. The media that has been destroying and ripping apart the very fabric of this country for decades.
And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers.
Oh, yeah.
But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made. The reality...
The sacrifices, all their jobs that they lost, as you people allowed them to be shut down so that Amazon, Walmart, and these transnational corporations could take over everything. And of course, you're not going to hear about that in any of these debates. It's just going to be about who's going to give the harsher lockdowns, who's going to bring more restrictions, who's going to bring more testing, as laid out in the Rockefeller Foundation's COVID-19 response manifesto that we talked about several times here on the channel.
That's the reality.
Thank you.
They also
Thank you,
said
Vice
to us, if we
President
did everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice President
Now, one
Pence.
life lost is too many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first
Thank you, Vice
responders.
President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration.
Super spreader!
No social distancing.
It's a
few
super
masks,
duper
and
spreader.
now
All these
a
new
cluster
words that
of
they're busting out
coronavirus
now. The
cases.
super spreader events. It's a super
Expect
spreader.
Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. President Trump and I have great confidence in the American people and their ability to take that information and put it into practice. In the height of the epidemic, when we were losing a heartbreaking number of 2,500 Americans a day, we surged resources to New Jersey and New York and New Orleans and Detroit. We told the American people what needed to be done, and the American people made the sacrifices. When the outbreak in the Sun Belt happened this summer, again, Americans stepped forward. But the reality is the work of the President of the United States goes on. A vacancy on the Supreme Court of the United States has come upon us, and the President introduced Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Thank you, Vice
But
President
at
Pence.
that, if I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested for coronavirus, and it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but
lockdowns,
a government takeover of health care,
Thank you,
the Green
Vice
New
President
Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Yeah. You're about freedom, yet you guys allowed all this to happen. You allowed all of this to happen. All these states locking down. My freedoms. You had all these states locking down, and you did nothing. And you still push the rhetoric of more testing, and you're allowing them more testing. You guys authorized Operation Warp Speed, giving complete immunity to these big pharmaceutical companies as they are developing these happy, healthy medicine injections that you can then try to push on everybody with your public-private partnerships. This is pure posturing.
Incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked about
It is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect
Susan,
their parents
the
and their
I'm
children.
sorry. Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me.
Like how look at her sparkles in her eyes, how she maintains eye contact with the moderator so much. They're homegirls.
But half of Americans
Empowered
now say they
women
wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance
petty
of the job
little
that you
cunt she
hold
is, man.
and that you are
This
seeking.
Kamala woman.
That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has
78
raised
going on
concerns
98,
among some
Joe
voters,
Biden.
concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on to the issue of
thank you, but I would like to go back
presidency.
because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time, in unheard of time, in less than a year.
Amazing.
We have 5 companies in phase 3.
No long-term testing. No long-term testing on these drugs.
We're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is that we will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year.
So we're joking. So now they're going to posture about who can push harder. Who can push harder for the jabbies. The jabby stabbies.
Of confidence in a vaccine is just, it's just unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
And let me also say.
Well, Ivanka Trump today also tweeted out that everybody should get a flu shot. Which actually, guess what? That makes you more likely to test positive and be infected with the corunca. Oh.
As the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu, 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck that they did, quote, everything possible wrong. And we learned from that. They left the strategic national stockpile empty. They left an empty and hollow plan, but we still learned from it. And I think the American people, I'm going to say again, can be proud of what we have done. And Senator, please stop undermining confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask Vice President
look
Pence,
how she looks so giddy and joyous and excited, but it's coming off really petty and bad, in my opinion. Right? Well, I mean, I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris. Right? I grew up in California. This woman's a freaking demon. This woman has put more black people in prison over there, talking about how she's some like star of the left. This chick's put more black people in prison than almost anybody in the United States. She is a snake. She's a two-faced snake politician, and I think that's really coming across. I'm no fan of Pence either, but so far it does seem like this woman. 25. This woman is is pretty insufferable. There's just something about that face, that fake ass smile, and that filler in her cheeks.
On this, Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work.
And you were raised like blue bloods, and you you spent your adult lives as pampered, corrupt politicians.
And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, You know, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco,
and
where I
then locking
created
up
models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected.
Oh, now you're
Attorney
black.
General
Now you're
of
black.
State
Before she
California.
used to say she was Indian, now she's black, of course.
United States.
She black.
Second only to the United States Department of Justice.
Mm.
And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States
freedom fighter.
Senate.
She's fighting
I
for
was
the
second
people.
black woman ever elected
Empowered
to the
woman.
United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in war zones.
So you're a proper political whore. We get it.
Asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. You know, neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his
Listen
health.
to this. Listen to these questions. If Trump was here, you would definitely call out the moderation. This is gonna get even more boring as it goes on.
Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the President and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional. And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their president, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling.
Pence is trying to take the high road, right? He's not going to do the Trump trolling. Of course, he's gonna play the straight man, the straight shooter, more courteous one. I guess that's probably wise for him, because Kamala comes off as a smug little skank.
Right to know more detailed health information about presidential candidates, and especially
Look at just
about
the look of adulation and love that she projects at the moderator.
Absolutely, and that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the president has not.
He's been so transparent. Biden's been so transparent on Ukraine and
we now know
Ukraine
because of
scandal in
great
China
investigative journalism,
and
that
Obamagate.
Donald
He's been
Trump paid
so transparent, hasn't he?
$750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000?" And it was like, "No, $750." We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know
thanks,
who the President
Kamala.
of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years.
Yeah, he's been very transparent about his fondness for little girls too, hasn't he? And about his love of the smell of his constituents' children.
On the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
The American people have a president
Fake smile.
who's a bussman, who's a job creator, who's paid.
Man, imagine being surrounded by people like this all the time. People who are this fake, Imagine being surrounded by people who are just posturing, looking for clout, who are this fake and false.
The president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that
now,
Joe Biden...
when you see the backgrounds on debates like this or television shows, you got to understand that there's no accident on the words that show up behind them. So why are they putting the word dictate behind Caramella Harris?
And Kamala Harris.
You know, that's a good segue into our third topic, which is
Great
about
segue. Let's do it. Let's
This
do
has
it. I
been
know where it's
another
going.
aspect
Let's do it.
of life for Americans
Let's do
that's
it.
been so
This is a great tag
affected
team.
by this
Why did they have the word dictate behind them? That's strange.
On Friday, we learned that the unemployment rate had declined to 7.9% in September, but that job growth had stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry at Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, Blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk? And you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill.
He's going to fix it. He's going to fix it all.
And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened.
Let's talk about this new green infrastructure, which is more surveillance infrastructure.
Creating our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe.
When she talks about rich people, she's talking about people who make like more than $60,000 a year. Right? When she's talking about rich people, she's talking about all our poor asses, right? All our poor asses who still got to pay tons of taxes. She considers us rich, right? She considers anybody, they consider rich anybody who doesn't live in a smart city coffin apartment. All right, I'm coming here to the chat. What's going on, guys? I'll open up the lines now. You guys want to call in? You can call in. There's a link to the Zoom call down in the description below. Let me make sure I got the right invite link. If you guys want to call in, hey, where's the supporters? Where's all the support, guys? Where's all that support? Support your boy here. We need your support. We get no support from YouTube. If you enjoy the streams, please support the streams, guys. Please support them streams if you enjoy the streams. And we'll keep doing them streams for you guys. Let's see. Is this the meeting? Meeting ID.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood.
Let's edit this. I think I'm putting the proper one there. We just got a super chat that came
With the
through.
rise in wages that occur,
All right, hold on.
most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of four increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, We've already added back 11.6 million jobs.
To Amazon.
Because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy.
Rolled back
fought for
regulation
free
on
trade,
pharmaceutical
and
companies.
secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, saved 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally...
So Trump's bringing in that universal basic income faster than you. We'll beat you there.
Want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President Donald Trump. 2021 is going to be the biggest economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
It's good.
Senator
Look at her
Harris.
face.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate.
Oh man, there's just something about like a gawking, emotional woman's face darting around a room that is that's so empowering and makes me want to vote for her. We got a caller. We got Marco over here in the chat. You know, I might have to start making it to where if you're gonna call in, you gotta have video, because we had some spurgs trying to play some games last time, but we'll see what's going on. We'll take open lines. We'll see how it goes tonight. We got Marco over here. What's up, Marcos?
What's up, man? I'm not a spurg over here.
Good, man. Good. No, there was just one caller that they tried to pull some funny stuff the other night.
Yeah, I think I saw that. His name was Matthew or something.
I forget the name. We might be able to figure out exactly who it was. We do have the voice and the handle.
It was the utilitarian or whatever they're called.
No, it was somebody. It was earlier in the stream. It was
okay.
Right before Bart left. It was just, he was this kid. He came on. He was talking for a little bit, and then he tried to make a disgusting, cheeky joke, and he thought he was being edgy. And
dang.
Yeah, it's all good though. It's neither here nor there. We'll figure it out. We'll get better with this as we go along. It's just like with live radio or something, man. You when the caller starts talking, sometimes you feel when something's off. You're like, all right, this fool's about to try to pull something.
Yeah.
It's all good though, man. How you doing, Marcos?
Pretty good, man. I mean, this whole debate reminds me of I think it was a week and a half ago.
If you believe that you are being gaslighted, then speak out. Come and speak to someone.
Yeah. No, I'm gaslighting her. I gotta calm down.
You gotta stop the gaslighting, man. You've been warned once. Michelle Lowe's got you on. She got you on.
Oh no, she's gonna get me, man. But so I delivered to this government building by where I am, and the whole thing, it was people were voting, I think, and it was long ass lines, and just walking around the building, just the building itself, not even the people, the building itself,
the architecture
just felt like. What'd you say?
Like the architecture, or just kind of the vibe that you felt?
Well, yeah, the vibe I felt from the architecture, it was like the building just came off as just soulless. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, man, that's a good point. And when you look at a lot of the modern architecture, especially office buildings, the way that they're built with just harsh angles and strange shaped glass windows, and it's off-putting when you compare that with Byzantine cathedrals and churches. Completely different, right? I mean, when you look at postmodern architecture, I think Jay's talked about this on his channel before, but it's kind of an open secret that the Central Intelligence Agencies and social engineers have used modern architecture and modern art to degenerate the West. So I mean, that is a part of creating the culture and the atmosphere. It's those stupid, obnoxious, foreboding, deathly-looking, soulless buildings that are basically and the cityscapes. The only thing they're good for is skateboarding. The only thing they're good for is seriously, what do you do with all this just concrete everywhere, right? These ledges, little concrete ledges and square marble ledges, where they take this beautiful material and they just turn it into something that's ugly and dysfunctional and not even made for human use.
Yeah, no, it's that's a good point. I remember another time I delivered to this apartment building in the city, and I think the GPS messed up because it took me to like this like raggedy old apartment building, and like the lights, like when I went into I took the elevator, then I went up, and then I went to the hallway, and then I remember like it had the lights where it was like, you know what I mean? It was like kind of flickering, and you felt like you were about to get stabbed at any moment. Yeah,
They put those in hospitals and
so-
stuff, man. It's like
Yeah.
that makes us sick. I mean, those fluorescent lights, it's light pollution, that the blue light, the blue frequency, and the flicker rate on those are very bad for our brain. They make us agitated. They
Oh,
legitimately.
no, it made me like I was I kind of, I guess you could call it survival mode. Like I was looking around because it was kind of dark too. I was
Right.
like, dude, I could get stabbed any second. You know, I felt like that.
Yeah. You said a
Yes.
city, so you're in SF.
Uh,
You don't have to.
What-
say.
what is that?
Oh, you just said you were in the city. So when I hear the city, I'm thinking San Francisco because that's what everyone.
Oh
in
no,
the
no,
Bay
it
calls
was Alexandria by DC.
Okay. Well, yeah, that probably. Oh shit, man. Yeah, DC's a
Ugly,
weird
yeah.
place. I mean.
Yeah.
to say the
So
least.
I was like, when I was in that building, I was like, this isn't the right place because usually I don't know, I've done it so long that I know when something's wrong. So I was like, I'm gonna take this back and like check the GPS again. And for some reason, it like said, oh, I was wrong. It's actually like 0.8 miles away. So I went 0.8 miles. It's not even a mile away to this other apartment, and it was like the complete opposite. It was like the lights were like really clean. Everything was clean. I'm guessing it was like higher income because like when I was walking the hallways, I felt like I was in the Titanic or something.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's
But,
it's wild, man, and both sides, they kind of, when you see the dialectic that's happening with all the BLM stuff, it seems like both sides are pushing towards more gentrification, right? We're going to see more urban decay in the poor regions, and it seems
Yeah.
like these Democratic governors are just intent on letting it burn and even promoting the burning down of these areas in order to. And what is this going to do for these these BLM activists or whatever? They think that they're doing something good for themselves, but they're essentially being led along in this Trojan horse that they're inside of to destroy their own cities and gentrify them and get them pushed out. So I mean, you look at like Brooklyn, for instance. It's all like white college kids now. You know, I mean, it's I think we're gonna see a big gentrification move, especially if they really do push this like defunding the police or reforming police and trying to go towards what do they say, social workers, more social workers. The crime is gonna get insane, dude. It's just it's mad, man. I think it's a good time for people to learn how to use firearms, to learn how to protect their family safely, how to safely and legally carry firearms if you're in the U.S. or other places where you can't legally carry. I think it's going to become a lot more important to protect your families and your homes.
Yeah, definitely. And, eating from local farms, like that guy, Garland Farms. I like what he's doing.
He's cool, man. He's a really cool guy. Shout out to JD Garland. He's over there in Texas, if you guys are near Texas. And I think if you're out of the state of Texas, you can still purchase from him as well. But that's what's up. And you can, even if you don't have a family farm right next to you, you might be able to find one in the next county over that was shipped directly to your door. And I think we're going to have to find more alternative methods of the distribution for food locally due to all these lockdowns. And I mean, they've shown us a taste of what can be done with propaganda and with these lockdowns. And the food supply was pinched hard. So I think that's a good point, man. Very important.
Yeah. A question for us city dwellers. What are we supposed to do once the stabbies get rolled out? Like, how am I supposed to not get stabbed? That's a big worry.
It's a question for us rural people as well, man. It's going to be, I think what's going to happen is you're going to need it for public transport, right? They've already rolled out the system of like COVID Pass and some of these digital platforms where you have to show your proof of immunity, and they're going to bring out immunity passports. So it's going to be like, all right, hey, you want to go see Miley Cyrus hump a giant ding dong on stage, and then you're going to need to get this stabby. And I think it's going to be like that first, and then eventually they'll try to make it to where you're not going to be able to get into your work office without it. So I think we're going to need organized pushback. We're going to need organized resistance and scientific data to show why it's not a good idea for everybody to be forced into this. And I think it's going to be a rough transition for everybody. I mean, it's hard to tell exactly how it'll be rolled out, but I think it'll be a slow reveal of the more mandatory nature, and it'll be nudging at first. And shoot, man, I mean, it may be like you got to know a doctor or something that might be able to help you in such situations.
Yeah.
You catch my drift. So I think it's going to be important, man. Like knowing like a good family practitioner who could help you out if needed. That could be important. That's easier to do in smaller countries where things are not so centralized as far as data collection goes. But yeah, dude, that's a really good question. Do you have any ideas or predictions on that?
Well, I mean, my main idea is just to get out of the city.
Yeah. But the thing is, so when you're out of the cities, what seems to be the move now longer term, and I don't know how long this will take, is this Green New Deal type stuff to make transportation nearly impossible outside of cities. And
that's also my worry, yeah.
They want to
Where I
make
just
it
can't get out.
Yeah, they want to make it to where rural people cannot live in rural areas anymore through cutting off petroleum, through cutting off their fuel supplies, and through making it too expensive to move around and too difficult to move around. And the smart city grid is all about autonomous vehicles and whatnot. So, yeah, man, it's gonna take organized resistance. It's gonna take also just I think faith is the biggest thing, right? I mean, it's like things could fall apart, things could get a lot better. We don't know exactly how things are gonna go. But I think faith in God is going to be really important, and just don't fear. I mean, it's like these people they can take our lives, they can end our lives, but they can't take our souls. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't take your integrity, they can't take the truth from your heart, and they can't take you.
Definitely, man, that's true. Well, I mean, I don't want to take another caller's time here.
I appreciate you calling in, man. It was a good call. And call back anytime too, man. What do you think about the debate here?
Man.
Do you have an opinion on? I mean, I'll tell you my opinion. I'm not going to be voting in this.
Sure.
I won't be voting in this election, just like the last election, and just like when Obama was elected. It seems to me like neither one of these candidates is going to represent our interests. And
oh, definitely.
Yeah, I don't believe democracy in itself is a very good institution.
Yeah, I remember in school, they would ask me, like I was like above 18, so I was of voting age. They would always ask me, I don't know, like those people who would like stand in like those little tables and they'd be like, "Oh, are you registered to vote?" I remember I would always be like, "Oh no, I can't. I'm 17," and they would just like leave me alone. Versus saying, "No, I haven't," and then they're like, "Oh, come on, do it,"
Yeah.
You just have to they're like bots, bro. They turn off as soon as you tell them like you're underage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give you what you want. It's sad to see people get so caught up in it too, and like give their whole life to a campaign. I mean, back in 2008 and 2010, when the Ron Paul campaign started ramping up, when he was going to try to bid for 2012 for the nomination, I got really disillusioned because I liked the whole libertarian ideal back then, 2008, 2010. But seeing how corrupt it is and seeing what they did in Ron Paul. I guess the left has had a similar situation with Bernie Sanders, who I think would have been a horrible idea, worse than anybody we see now. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that this is democracy is oligarchy. Democracy is oligarchy behind a mask of people voting, and whoever can influence the people using media, using manipulation and Machiavellian techniques are the ruling oligarchs, and that's always how democracies have been. They've always been a vehicle for oligarch banking interests, and that's what we see here. We see two sides of the same coin to a certain extent, and we do see Trump. I think Trump does represent a certain kind of destructive element that is trying to come in and kind of rework and break down the Republican Party, but it seems like the threat has been neutralized. It seems like he's been surrounded by influences that have pushed him in. Yeah, the Orange Man is now Orange Man neutralized. I think he's got enough neocons around him to just keep him playing games.
Have you seen this is all over I saw it on Twitter. It was like these like comedians are all naked telling people to vote.
Empowering. Are they women or men too?
No, women and men. Well, one of the women is like holding her like most of the women have like their chin, like it's showing from the chin up, but like one of them, I forgot her name, Sam something, I don't know. She's a comedian or something. Okay. She's like holding her like breasts on camera.
Wow.
And then in the end, she like lets go, but it's like pixelated, and everyone was like, "Oh, wow."
Man, that's so empowering. Do you feel? Does that make you want to vote?
Yeah, right.
How about
no? Most people are like, "Oh, this doesn't make me want to vote. It makes me want to coon." I was like, "Jeez."
And there you go. There you go. And it all comes full circle. But what about we talked about? Did you watch the episode the other night? There was that OnlyFans chick who was saying she would send free nudes to people who voted for Biden and Harris.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I forgot her name, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're just like making everything. This one person said it in the comments to the thing about the voting. Someone said, make non-sexual nudity normal or something like that. I was like, what the heck?
Wow.
How does that... They're basically saying make immorality normal, you know?
Well, exactly. Normalize degeneracy. Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate you calling in, man. There's a great point you made there. And Marcos, call in another time, man.
I got you, man.
All right, bro. Let me
All
know
right,
if you
take
need
care.
anything,
Have a
dude.
good night.
All right, have a good one, man.
All right. Peace
Take
out.
it easy. Later, Marcos. All right. Pulling the next call. We got another caller up in the chat. What's going on, caller? All right, let's listen to the debate. The debate's debating. Let's see what they got to say.
Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019. More liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others in the United States Senate. So now with regard to China, look, Susan, first and foremost, China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus.
Almost props to Pence here for kind of calling out the WHO. But hey, guess whose name you're not going to hear tonight? Bill Gates. You won't hear a word about Bill Gates.
Joe Biden's cheerleading for China. President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical.
Thank you, Vice President.
Is that the caller? Hello, caller. What's happening?
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi. My screen name is Secret Siren.
All right.
And I wanted to discuss a little bit about something that I actually went and protested a while ago, about 2 years ago almost. Now I'm going to throw out 3 names, and I'm going to see if you know anything about the relationship between Kim Foxx. I know you probably don't know who that is. I'm from Chicago.
Okay.
Kim Foxx is a district attorney here in Chicago.
Ooh.
So Kim Foxx and Jussie Smollett. Do you know the relationship between Kim Foxx and Jussie Smollett?
Smollett, the actor?
Yes.
Okay. No, I have never heard of this. What is the relationship?
Well, you want the thing that they have in common is Kamala Harris. And this is very interesting. Okay. Kamala Harris and Kim Foxx and Jussie Smollett, or however you say it, Smollett or whatever.
Smollett, yeah. I like
Smollett,
a
Smollett. I call him Small Hat. Now, the thing between those 3 is before all that BS went down, which nobody knew who the heck he was. I never even heard of him. And then here I am standing in front of the Cook County Courthouse building with a sign saying that it's BS that Kim Foxx let him off the hook because she wouldn't prosecute him for lying and trying to incite something.
Yeah, he was trying to incite a race war, basically. I mean, that was one of the most... I cannot believe that he just got off the hook. Is he still working? Is he still acting?
Yeah, I don't know. but let me tell you what the deal is.
Yeah.
So as I was doing my investigation, before I went down to the courthouse, because I stood in front and I protested against it. I wasn't the only protester, actually, to my surprise. There were other people there.
Was there any media coverage? Did the media cover it at all?
Yeah, the media did cover it a little bit.
The protest.
But, you know,
they covered your protest? They showed your protest?
Yeah. Well, not my protest, because I was a one-woman show, because I didn't know the other people were going to be there.
Right.
And, I didn't think other people cared. And then I showed up, and then somebody was like, oh, all the protesters left about 20 minutes ago. And I'm like, well, I don't know who they are, but they were there in support of the police, because the police, they had their name dragged through the mud because of this case.
Okay.
But the long story short, when I was doing some investigating, Kamala Harris's name kept coming up because Jesse Smollett, or Small Hat, as I call him, and Kim Foxx and Kamala Harris, they are involved in a nonprofit organization that was supposed to be against lynching. Now, let me ask a
How
question.
convenient. That's so
Lynching.
convenient. Wow. And
Yes,
and
so
that and like that's
convenient.
that's a huge problem. There's so many lynchings right now, I guess, apparently.
Right. So when they had been involved in this organization for a couple years before this Jesse Smollett thing had happened. So they were receiving money from people in Hollywood. They were getting money from other organizations. All kinds of organizations like George
Philanthropists,
Soros.
exactly. The philanthropists, like
Yeah.
all of Jeffrey Epstein's buddies. And Soros, George Soros.
I just find it really odd that they were involved in a anti-lynching organization, and I forgot the name of it because this was a couple years ago. But they were involved specifically with an anti-lynching organization, and then lo and behold, his bullshit story was that he was going to be lynched by 2 Trump supporters downtown Chicago by the subway. Now, I'm going to tell you something. It was allegedly at 2 in the morning. This area of Chicago, I highly doubt anybody would be outside.
Yeah.
The only people in that area of Chicago, I mean, it's in a nice area, but when you go downtown Chicago, anytime past 10:30, 11 o'clock, the crackheads come out at night. The freaks come out at night, okay?
Well, it's not like there's just
there's
like white dudes just rolling around waiting to
Right.
commit hate crimes in groups and wearing MAGA hats. Like that doesn't exist in Chicago.
Right, at least not in that area in particular. You know what I mean? And the police officers involved were smelling bullshit from the get, and I hate to say this. I'm not trying to say who I know or what I know. I just know that some of the officers involved were black and they didn't believe his BS story.
Right.
They're like, this is fucking utter bullshit.
Aren't most of the police in Chicago black, and they have like at least like 50-something percent black officers?
We do have a large population of black police officers. We do, absolutely. But I want people just to keep that in the back of their head when they're at the polls. Kamala Harris was funding Jesse Smollett. Okay, she was giving him money. All right, and she was involved in an organization with Kim Foxx and him. And in his role he was allegedly, before this alleged lynching happened, he was supposed to be the spokesperson, and that's why Kamala Harris had got him involved in this organization, is they were going to start doing commercials about lynchings.
Okay.
And just like you said, like, when's the last time you heard of modern day lynching? Well, let me tell you something that I found funny. In the last 6 months, in the state of California, allegedly 2 black young men had hung themselves from trees in California. Okay, and they were ruled suicides.
Right.
Okay, and the families don't believe it. And I'm going to tell you, I work in healthcare. Okay, I'm a healthcare provider.
Yeah.
And statistically, the least likely race to commit suicide are blacks. I'm sorry.
I didn't know
there
that.
are some things that are facts.
And the whites are whites the most likely?
The whites and Asians have the highest rates of the suicide.
Asians, wow! I wouldn't have expected Asians.
Yeah, whites and Asians.
Yeah.
You know, whites are number one, Asians are number two.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, and the very bottom of the list is blacks. And allegedly, these hangings that happened in California that were ruled by the ME suicides. Now, I don't know all the details, but when I'm reading these two articles about these two people that allegedly hung themselves in California, and the families, they want answers, okay, which I don't blame them, but they happen in California under whose watch? Where's this broad from? Kamala Harris, where's she from? She's from California, isn't she?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, somebody's getting the job done that Jessie Smollett didn't, okay, for her little organization. And I hate to say it, I think the organization that she was involved with, Kim Fox. Now those two broads, they're friends. They know each other.
Mm-hmm.
What did two broads, one from Chicago and one from California, have in common? I'm not going to assume people know who Kim Fox is. She's a district attorney here. She's a black woman. She's up for election right now. Of course, people want her out. She's as crooked as the crack in the street.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's been caught letting these shitheads out on the street. You know, she just lets them. I'm sorry if I swore on your show, but I meant,
it's okay.
You know,
Sorry.
like outstanding citizens out back. You know, it's like she lets murderers on the street, and I'm not even kidding you.
Well, Kamala also,
You know?
she's locked up. Kamala Harris, she's locked up so many black people in her time in California. She's done more to lock people up for drug offenses, and locked up so many blacks in the U.S. or in California rather. It's
Right.
it's astonishing that
And
she's trying to
she-
represent herself, and she didn't even used to claim she was black. She used to talk about how she was Indian, and now all of a sudden she's black. It's insane.
Well, yeah, because it's convenient. But I mean, from what I understand, in that situation, she was getting payouts to lock these people up because I guess in the state of California, they can have them do cheap labor in the jails. Now here in Illinois, I think that's against the law here. We cannot force the prisoners into labor, but she's pushing for that. People don't realize when the jails start producing products, okay, let's say, oh yeah, we're going to when they start talking about we're bringing jobs back to the United States, do they mean low cost wages in the jails?
They mean
You gotta
gulags.
ask
They mean
yourself.
bringing the gulag jobs back where you're doing forced labor, you're making license plates and Amazon.com. I mean, how long until Amazon fulfillment centers are run through prisons?
That's what I'm getting at.
That's what these people
And
want.
she-
This is the Soviet model. The Soviet economy couldn't have existed without the massive influx of slave labor. I think there was upwards of like 30 to 50 million people in the gulag system at any given time in the 1930s and 40s, if I remember correctly. Insane levels of slave labor used, and that's what the whole Soviet economy was built on. When the university system, when these socialist professors and so-called social scientists and whatnot are talking about the Soviet economy, and they talk about it as this like legitimate thing. Oh, the Bolshevik economy was this very legitimate way. It's just a different way of organizing your economy. They didn't mention at all that it was based on slave labor and the gulags. And this has already been rolled out. The private prison system, the public-private partnerships we keep hearing about, that's huge in the U.S. And another thing you're not going to hear about at all in this debate.
Oh, absolutely, and she was a big part of that. That she was pushing for that in her state. That's why she wanted these low-level criminals who can never afford a lawyer. She knows these guys can't afford lawyers. So she's going to take advantage of them any way she can. And the best way she can is to keep them in jails, put them behind bars, and force them into slave labor.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's been talks about it. I do know in my state that that's against the law here, but it does, now that we have a new governor, I don't trust J.B. Pritzker at all, period at all. And like I said, I work in healthcare, okay? So in order for me to do what I do for a living, I had to take pathophysiology of illness, okay? So that means I have a level of understanding when it comes to contagions,
Yes.
when it comes to infections, I know that some of the propaganda out there, what they tell people about the coronavirus is not true.
Yeah.
We know that in healthcare, okay? We know that.
All the nurses are telling me this. Every nurse I know, and every doctor I know has been telling me the same exact thing. That as soon as the cameras are off, the masks are off, and that it's ceremonial is what I'm hearing for the most part as far as the mask wearing. It's for the public.
Right, but the problem with that is it's getting people used to the mentality. It's a psychological operation to be enforced upon people not to speak up when you're being enslaved. And don't forget that, because that's the type of thing that's just, like you said, the Soviets, they exercise psychological operations on their own people before they put them in gulags.
Yeah.
So these people would just go into the jails and not fuss or fight. And that's what a lot of this is about. And I hate to say it, do I think there's a virus? Sure. They created it. They engineered that virus. I don't care what anybody says. That's an engineered virus. Don't tell me it isn't real, because I've seen it. I've seen what it does to people. But at the same time, when you look at the mortality rate of the patients, it's less than 1%.
Yeah.
There's infections like MRSA. MRSA kills 70,000 to 100,000 people a year, any given year, depending on the year. Some years kills a low, what's considered low for MRSA is 70,000. What's high is 100,000. Are we locking down states and gyms and schools because of that?
Nope.
And it's actually, children have contracted MRSA in gyms at school. And they've contracted MRSA at football. It was proven a half of a football team got MRSA. Did any of those kids die? No. And one thing about MRSA is everybody has it, basically. It's not a nuisance until you're elderly, till you're sedentary, and that's when it's usually the person who dies from MRSA is your 75-year-old grandmother who's had a stroke, who hasn't gotten out of bed, and now they have bed sores, and that opens up the door for MRSA to become sepsis, okay? So the problem with that is we're not locking the country down because 100,000 people died of MRSA last year, did we? No, we didn't.
No.
And so what's the difference? You know, I hate to say it, young people do die of MRSA too.
Yeah.
I've seen people in their 30s die of MRSA. But the like the first one I ever saw that was in their 30s that died of MRSA, they were diabetic. They've already had an amputation to their leg. They were in and out of the hospital. They were sedentary. They were getting bed sores because they're sedentary. They're not taking care of themselves. And people with diabetes succumb to infections easier than healthy people. And that's a fact. So why is this coronavirus any different? Because they organized it, they instituted it to scare people into becoming slaves. And don't forget that. I'm going to let you go. Thank you for letting me on. I just wanted to let people know that Kamala Harris, Kim Fox, and Jesse Slimeball or Simonet or whatever, Small Hat had something to do with trying to incite a race war in this country, and they were trying to utilize her non-for-profit organization. And I hate the fact that nobody ever brings it up.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Is there anywhere people can read about this? Do you have any articles you'd recommend, or just search terms that people might want to look up?
You know, I couldn't specifically point out a specific article at the moment, but I'm pretty sure with the touch of a hand, I'm not very computer savvy. But back when I told somebody I was going to go hit the downtown and protest one of my supporters, because I used to do a YouTube show, and I no longer do it because of Antifa. But somebody had popped me some things back then, and that was like almost 2 when he was going on with this. That was almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while back, right? It's so crazy how many, the news cycle's so insane that they've created a memory hole in almost everybody in the country. But I really appreciate you calling. What was your handle again? The screen name that you use, so I remember.
This time it's Secret Siren.
Okay, all right. I think I remember that name. I'll remember, and hopefully I can talk to you again in the future. Call in some other time.
Yeah. And everybody, don't just take my word for it. Research all the things I said. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
There you go. Do your own research. Thank you very much. Have a great night. God bless. All right. Good call. Good call.
The
We got another
Affordable
caller
Care
waiting in the room
Act,
right
Biden
now.
is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public
Thank you,
option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator.
That's true leadership.
You know, you mentioned
True
earlier,
leadership.
Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. We got another call. Well,
That
first
was
let's
strike
read some super chats. I got a few super chats here. Super chats from the super chads up in the chat. Thank you guys for supporting. Let's see. We'll replay the.
But telling vegans that they've been brainwashed is actually just one of the gaslighting techniques I want to highlight.
Michelle Lowe, everybody's favorite witch. Mark Cossing donated $5. Should I even vote? ... I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, I can't tell you to vote or not. I'm not going to tell you not to vote or to vote. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I could be convinced to throw an absentee ballot in. I've lost faith in the whole voting thing, but I mean, I do think that there's a better of the two choices, and that's for sure. And to me, it's seeming like the Green New Deal, Harris, MK Ultra, Biden combo is going to be a disaster. But yeah, I think either way, we're in for a rough ride. We're in for a rough ride, and it's time to take care of the people close to us. It's time to forge real communities and build real relationships in our neighborhoods and our communities to protect those communities from what is coming. Helen Guilford donates $5, says the debate is such an act. I like watching it here where people know it. Let's play that notification, see which one comes up.
I got my D levels tested once before I supplemented, and I had the D levels of an institutionalized elder. Like these people who are like in nursing homes.
That one never gets old. That one never gets old. All right, guys. Who you voting for? Who you gonna vote a boot? Guys, support the stream if you enjoy the stream. These streams only happen with your support. YouTube is doing its best to crush and destroy this channel and many ancillary channels that surround us. I don't know if it's a good idea to start a new channel. I spent 6 years building this channel, building this since 2014. And, it's a shame, but we're going to keep putting out content. We're going to keep pumping this out, speaking the truth. And we know the view counts. We know the even the live viewer counts. We know this isn't real. So, yeah, support the show, guys. You should support the stream if you enjoy the stream. And the best way to support is via the Streamlabs link down in the description.
So, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election. And it was 27 days before the election. And a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States.
Yeah, we got to keep our precious infanticide. We got to keep our infanticide.
For a lifetime.
We got to replace
highest
Ruth Bader
court.
Ginsburg with Greta Thunberg. All right, cool. I like how everybody's using the Streamlabs. I don't even see any super chats on YouTube today. That's good. Keep it on the Streamlabs, guys. That's the best way to support. We got a caller, though. If you guys want to call in, there's a link to the Zoom meeting down below. We have a caller. We've got, it's probably not the real one, because he ain't got the guts to come on. Well, let's see. We got a caller. Allegedly, Frank Tefano. We got Broke, Dark, and Handsome here. No? Hello? Wait till you unmute. Waiting for that audio to come through.
I got to tell you, people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect president.
Yeah, we got a super chat. DB donated $5. What's up, DB? Thank you for the support. DB survived last night's stream. Survived the cancerous stream from last night. Highly contagious. DB donates $5. Says donating towards Dr. Greger's charity to raise awareness about skateboarding teens in Hawaii. Skateboarding teens in Hawaii.
I got my D levels tested once before I supplemented, and I had the D levels of an institutionalized elder. Like these people who are like in nursing homes.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, you can't yawn during a live show. Wake up. Bruno donated $5. Says, I wish you the best for you and your family, Tristan. Same for all the viewers. God bless. Bruno, thank you so much. That's really kind. I appreciate that. Appreciate the donation there. Hey, caller, what's up? You there? You hear me? Hello, hello. We got a caller here, but the caller's not answering. It just says connecting to audio. Put him back in the waiting room. And then admit again, see what happens. Come on in, caller. We got a caller. Hello, caller. Where you at? Where you at, caller? Nope. All right, we'll see if maybe the caller will figure out the audio. Let's hear what this debate is.
Police phone. I've talked with Brianna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country of every race,
fake ass tears, crocodile
of
tears
every
here.
age, of every gender.
Remember, this is the woman who denied who blocked body cams for police officers in California. I mean, here she is posturing, pretending like she cares about all this.
I'm a soy boy.
And I was a part of those peaceful protests.
Mrs. G. Mrs.
And
G, thank you
I
so much for
believe
that one.
strongly
We got a super chat from
that,
Mrs. G.
First of all, we are never
You know
gonna
Mrs. G?
condone violence, but
Who's
we
Mrs. G?
always must fight.
Oh, cool.
for
Mrs. G, thank
the
you for the
values that
support.
we hold dear,
Mrs. G donate
including
$25.
the fight
Appreciate
to
that,
achieve
Mrs. G.
our
She didn't even say anything.
And that's why
And
Joe
Jessica
Biden
knows
and
you.
I have said on
And I
this
know you too,
subject.
but I didn't
Look, and I'm
I didn't put it
a
together.
former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our
You wanna
criminal
find
justice
out?
system, which is
Find
why
out.
Joe and I
Oh.
will immediately
Find out.
ban chokeholds and carotid holds.
Come at me and you'll find out how strong I am eating a plant-based diet. Okay? You'll find out.
All right. Okay. Calm down. Calm down, buddy. We got a super chat from Luca. Luca donates $5.50. Says, what would be the best tactics to deal with face diaper wearing slaves? It's mandatory here in Quebec now, and the panic keeps going. My concern is the mandatory stabbies, martial law. God bless, bud. Thanks for what you do. Hey, man, we've been dealing with it here, too. You go to the cities here, it's just insane. 110% mask compliance. In town here, like 50% mask compliance. In the cities, it's madness. I mean, wear the mask half-mast. Make jokes about it. Yeah, I mean, just keep it light, right? People need to understand that they've been terrorized into submission. They don't need to be freaking terrorized. So laughter can be the best medicine sometimes. I think that's a good way. At least that's a tactic that I use to kind of break the ice and kind of get people to calm down, relax a little bit, make them laugh, bring a giggle up. And that's one way. And also, I don't know, you could use a mesh mask, wear a mesh mask, and so it's kind of a statement there as well. But yeah, it's madness. I don't know how long they're planning on doing that and keeping that going over there in Canada. But I'm sorry you got to deal with that up there. People, we have friends that live in the city here, and they're trying to get out because it's just really gross. I mean, to go into stores, they want to take their temperature, make them put chemicals on their hands, hand sanitizer and stuff. They don't even let kids in stores, in a lot of these stores. It's ridiculous. So Luca, one person per family, they try to say. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. But here in the small towns, out in the countryside, people don't care as much. Some people that live in the town are more afraid because they watch more TV. But the farmers, the campesinos out here, they don't really care. So yeah, that's my advice, man. Talk to people, be patient. understand that these people have been traumatized and terrorized like frightened children by who they see as their daddy, which is government and media. Right? They see the system as their daddy, and we got to be able to break through that programming, and we got to have patience with people and show real love. And I think sometimes people respond to facts. Unfortunately, most people only respond to emotion. So you got to choose the approach and tailor it to the individual of what they're ready to hear and what they're ready to receive.
Bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives of African Americans.
Thank you, Vice
record
President
unemployment, record
Vice
investments in
President Pence, your time
education,
is
and we'll
up.
fight for school choice for all of our minorities.
Thank you, Vice
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not.
He's got Pence has got the Obama fly on his head. He's got that Obama Hillary fly on his head. What is with that? Why is the fly on the head of the politicians for some reason is this like iconic? Look at it, it's staying there too. It doesn't want to move.
Thanks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage.
He's got Jeff Goldblum, miniaturized Jeff Goldblum on his head there.
Our veterans. And the reality of this is that we are talking about an election in 27 days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacy. And
Oops, accidentally muted.
it wasn't like he didn't have a chance.
He refused.
He didn't
to
do it,
condemn
and then he doubled down.
white soup.
And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by.
No, they're talking about the Proud Boys, which are led by a Mexican. The Proud Boys are led by a Mexican, and they call them white supremacists. The guy who leads the Proud Boys runs Trump's Latinos for Trump.
He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. He, on the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed. And on the other side, there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald Trump, when asked about it, said, there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the president of the United States. In America, we deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together,
Senator Harris,
and recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we
Senator
all
Harris,
have so much more in common than what
Beauty and
separates
diversity.
us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make.
We got a couple callers. Should I pull some callers? We got two callers. I'm waiting for. We had a caller that had the handle Frank Tefano. I doubt it was really him, but the fact that he left as soon as I pulled him in makes me think it might have been him. But you can come back if that was you, Frankie. You're welcome to come back.
Concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who
He's done more for Israel than any other president ever. All right, let's see. We'll pull in a caller. Let's see what's up. I might have to tell callers you got to do video if you're gonna come in. We'll see how this goes. We'll see what the next caller's like.
More likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased the disproportionate incarceration of blacks in California.
What's up, caller? How you doing, man?
Criminal justice reform in California.
Hey, what's up, Tristan?
You didn't lift
¿Qué pasa? How's life?
Yeah, so I have some questions, like what to feed a baby.
You have a baby?
Yeah, so like I have access to raw milk and stuff.
Okay.
But it's 8 months now, so.
Boy or girl?
That's all
Congratulations, man. Congratulations, by the way.
It's a boy.
It's a boy. How old are you? I don't know if that's your profile picture, but you look young there.
No, I'm 23.
Dude, that's pretty young for having kids, man. Congratulations. congrats on having children young. I think it's a great move. My daughter was born when I was 23 as well. Jessica's right here. Yeah, Jessica, will you just move towards the mic?
Is the mom around? Is the baby breastfed still?
Breastfeeding still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the most important thing is breastfeeding. Give the mother lots of good fat-soluble vitamins, nutrient-dense animal foods for the mother. But at 8 months, we were already feeding our child egg yolks. Raw egg yolks. We were feeding him. Ryder was eating liver at that age. He was eating liver raw. Now, of course, these are decisions you're going to have to make. You can do some research. I'm not saying that everybody should do this, but this is what we did for Ryder, right? By 8 months, he was having breast milk, of course, raw liver, raw egg yolks. What else? Bone broth and meat.
Did you chew the meat for him?
He loved chewing meat, but we'd get soft, slow-cooked meat and give it to him, right? We'd get the slow-cooked meat that was soft, and ground beef. He would eat that.
Yeah. Tell him to look into Weston A. Price's.
They're going to look into Weston A. Price Foundation does have some good stuff, but also a great book for you to read and for your wife or your girl to read is Weston A. Price, Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. If you're going to get an idea from that book of some of the prenatal nutrition, some of the early childhood nutrition that was prized in different cultures and different regions of the world where they have different food availability, but you see the common thread of what they all focus on. On these island populations, they're focused much on things like shellfish, right? Shellfish, fish, fatty fish. In inland populations, mountain populations, they were focusing on things like dairy. So butter, raw milk, things like that. Now,
my wife drinks a lot of raw milk.
Good. Now, in an 8-month baby, I'm not sure, did we give Ryder, did he have raw milk at that age?
No.
I don't think Ryder was having raw milk at that age. I think we waited a little bit longer because your baby's breastfeeding, because he's breastfeeding, that's going to take care of that. So I would just, have your girl drink the raw milk. Butter would be fine, butter on some meat for him. You can introduce a lot of foods at 8 months. 6 months is usually when you start giving them some solid foods and some meats and stuff. But like 8 months, they're able to handle a little bit more variety. So avocado was another favorite of Ryder's. He liked bananas, mostly just smashing them in his hands. What else?
Can you do exclusively animal foods though for the kid?
Yeah, you don't have to give plant foods right away, right? You could do exclusively breast milk at that age too if there's enough of a supply. There are people who do that, but I would start introducing some solid foods. So I would, yeah.
Because I have like the Amish by me and stuff.
There you go. Yeah, focus on introducing animal foods one at a time, right? Meat, slow cooked meat.
It's fine to wait till all those fruits and vegetables and stuff until the child's expressing interest in themselves.
Jessica's saying also let the child kind of express interest in foods and maybe even pick what foods he wants to try and introduce one at a time, because you're going to notice like they might get a little gas the first time they try a certain food. That doesn't mean it's going to be bad always. They're building up their gut, right? They're building up the gut lining. But breast milk is, you're breastfeeding. Huge blessing. The fact that your wife or your lady still has a good breast milk supply, very important. So focus on her nutrition also. Give her a lot of good fat, right? Butter, beef, bone marrow, stuff like that. Liver, fish, kidney.
She likes brain.
There you go. I would wait to give brain to the these 8 months. He's not going to want that yet. But liver should be fine. Kidney's great. Ari really liked kidney when she was like a year old. She was obsessed. Heart also. Ryder was eating heart really young as well.
How do you get a kidney to taste good?
Boil it.
We have a YouTube video.
Okay.
We got a YouTube video. Look up kidney, just kidney recipe, I guess, on the channel here. And you boil it. Like 8 to 10 minutes is usually enough. It's really good.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
You could also, you could kind of do, somebody in the chat's talking about doing it bird style, or you chew it up a little bit, help them chew it up. You could also just cut it up small, and we didn't really do that. We mostly do like slow cooking, and Ryder even ate some raw meat relatively young. Right? He was having raw liver. He always has liked fresh ground beef, like tartare, steak tartare, stuff like that. So yeah, we weren't afraid of giving him those things. These are also, of course, you want to do some research. This is what you got to do. The disclaimer: this is not medical advice. You must listen to the World Health Organization and Dr. Fauci. But
then I didn't vaccinate him though.
Oh, you gotta give him quadruple vaccines now just to make up for it.
I'm not going to give him the COVID mark of the beast shot.
Right, the COVID, the quantum dots, the quantum dot tattoos. Yeah, man, I'm excited for you though, man. 23 years old. I wish more young people would have children, and that's one of the ways that we can take back our culture, right? It's just building families young. And if you made a good decision, man. Stick with your lady. Work on.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have like done all of this because I just kind of followed after you.
Dude, that's so cool.
Because I watched your videos for like 4 or 5 years.
And I basically invented having babies, right? Like it's my like.
No, I think you're a good role model though. Like I got into orthodoxy too.
Oh man, you just made my night, brother. Congratulations, man. God bless. I'm stoked for you, and I can't tell if you're young out there. Look, you got a girlfriend already and you love her, stick with her. Quit messing around. Don't date around. Sleep with as few women as you can when you're young. Don't be promiscuous. Find a woman that has good motherly instincts and large breasts to breastfeed your child and marry her and have babies young and build that relationship. There's nothing more fulfilling than having a family. If you wait too long, you might miss out. Look, not everybody has to have a family or children, but if you are so inclined, start young. You don't want to be dating when you're 30 and when the women are already blown out and they've had 30 sexual partners and they'll never be satisfied in a real relationship because they're constantly seeking somebody to just dominate. You don't want that kind of relationship. You want to get in a good relationship when you're as young as possible with as few sexual partners as you can. And build a good, healthy, happy family. And I'm really excited for you, man. 23 years old and you're blessed, man. What a good.
I met my wife in college, and I got her out of college, and then she just likes being a mom so much more. Like it's just so much better than the books. So
I love it, dude. I love it.
Happy, and I like it too.
Man,
supporting her.
It's the best, man. Doesn't it feel good to have a family, to have a wife that you love, a wife that wants to be a mother?
Better than being a coomer, so.
Right. That's another. And it's just get off the coomage, kids. Get off the porno. Get off the video games. There's nothing wrong with the little video games, but there's a lot wrong with even just a little porno. Stay away from that stuff and take note of what our guy here is doing. 23 years old, starting his family. You're 18 years old. If you got a good girl with your 18, don't be so worried about financials, right? It's the most important thing is not being financially secure. When we had our first child, we had nothing. We had nothing but faith, and we knew that God would bless us. We knew that God would bless our family,
Amen.
and I appreciate the call, man. If you have any other questions, call in another time, man. Call in with an update.
All right, thank you. You.
You go by Arch or Arthur?
Arthur, but people call me R2 sometimes.
R2D2. All right, man. R2. Nice chatting, man. Really appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
God bless, man. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Man, that's so cool.
Dude, we have the best audience.
We have the best audience. All you awesome people in the audience make up for the few. What do you even call them? For the few disruptors that'll come through once in a while. That was awesome. That was an awesome call. Here, let's check in on the debate here, and then we'll come back. We got another caller in the waiting room, and wishing Arthur and his beautiful wife and family many years and many blessings. And I'm stoked to hear that you became Orthodox. And I don't know.
We're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people, each and every day, love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you.
In times of need. We've especially learned that
Thank you
through the difficulties of this year.
You're so warm.
Senator Harris, what would you say to
Uncle Pence? Uncle Pence.
First of all, I'm.
Pence is kind of a wet rag, right? Kamala's like this shrew. Kamala's like a plastic shrew with a fake ass smile and some demonic eyes, and Pence just seems like a big wet towel.
That is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden. One of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president
is because he was told to do it. Because he was told to do it, and they had no one else to put up.
It troubled him.
And maybe even because the Dems want Trump to be president again. Who knows?
And division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president.
Yeah.
Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up.
He lifts them
and
up.
fighting for their dignity.
He lifts them
you have
up.
to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love.
Oh.
And so
He's unlike any other politician. He's just like you. He's known suffering. He's known love. He's known
and it will
pain.
be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote to determine the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Joe Biden. He's so good at lifting people up. Joe Biden can't even lift his upper lip up. Half of Joe Biden's face is now limp. Joe Biden can't even mobilize half of his face. How does this bitch expect Joe Biden to mobilize people to vote for him? No one gives a shit about Joe Biden. This is the thing. It's like, to me, it seems like it's going to be a landslide. I don't know what's going to happen. I see a lot of enthusiasm for Trump. I see a lot of spite for Biden. I'm not enthusiastic for Trump. I'm not enthusiastic for Biden. But Biden disgusts me, right? The Biden, just the what Biden represents as far as, it's just zonked out old school politician. I don't feel that same level of disgust for Trump. But much of Trump's administration is just complete. Look at this. Look at Kamala's masked husband. Look at her husband with the muzzle. There you go. At least Pence's wife isn't wearing a mask. What's with Pence's chest, though? Pence has gyno? Is Pence getting really fat?
Oh, yay.
Powerful. We got a caller in here. Let's see what this caller's got to say. Let's take some pictures. Dude, Kamala's husband is quite the piece of work. All right. Hey, what's up, man? All right, hold on. You got to unmute. Let me ask you to unmute. I click that.
All right.
There you go. What's up, bro?
Yo, what up?
We got Bono Jr. over here with the glasses.
Wait, should I mute the tab?
Yeah, mute the tab or we're going to get double feedback.
Okay, yeah, all right, I got it.
Younger generation checking in. What's up, dude? I'll pull up.
Oh, yeah. Wait, yeah, I can see you, but I'm not. All right, now I see what's going on here.
Can you see? You can see basically what the audience sees is what you're gonna see.
Yeah, no, I was just I know that was weird. And it's like delayed.
Yeah.
But
oh, sorry about the delay. That is kind of annoying. That is kind of annoying.
Did you see the fly on Pence's head? You didn't even react.
Yeah.
Did you miss that?
No, I saw, and I maybe you were calling in, and I mentioned it. What do you think about that? Remember that happened to Obama? And
no, it's going to turn into the biggest meme ever.
When it happened to Obama and Hillary, they were saying oh, they must smell so bad. Remember Alex Jones was like, Hillary smells like demon. She's a demon. She smells like sulfur and all this stuff. And now I wonder if Jones will say anything about it. He probably will say nothing about it. That happened.
Well, no, it's gonna compensate for Kamala's terrible performance probably. But I don't know. We'll see.
What a weird.
I was just watching your reaction to the video. Just I did not want to see this debate, but I saw you were streaming it, and that's so much more entertaining.
Dude, I'm stoked to hear that, man. Yeah, I didn't care too much about seeing it either, but I just thought, you know what? I might as well do another stream tonight. Might as well do a presidential debate stream. I've been on a kick with doing lots of streams, and I enjoy the call-ins. Call-ins are fun. It gives it a new dynamic, and I like the interaction from that. Feels like running a radio show or something, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna call in and ask you what your favorite vaccine ingredient is.
Oh, that's a great question.
I saw that post.
Yeah. So hey guys, make sure to follow me on Instagram. He's referring. There's a post on Instagram. It says name your favorite vaccine ingredient and the benefits that it gives. And if you don't know any offhand, go read the inserts and do a little bit of research on the ingredients that are in there and the benefits that those ingredients give. So my favorite, I'm gonna go ahead and say aborted fetal cell lines. Those are. And the benefits that they give are, I guess, maybe they help with the climate crisis.
Yeah, I saw like a tweet today. It was like Dr. Plotkin, and it's like talking about what's included in the vaccines, and it's like skin, like fetus skin, kidney, spleen, and he says yes to all of them, and then like it said tongue, and then he was like, I don't recall, but probably yes. It was like this is a video of like Dr. Plotkin. I don't know.
Dr. Plot. I've heard that name.
Funny.
Dr. Plotkin.
Yeah.
I have heard the name. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
So you are you so excited for your vote to be counted? Do you feel like your vote is going to change the world and fix all the problems in America?
Well, I actually voted today. Like I brought my ballot to the thing, and I think it'll just like get tossed. Right. Someone probably like open it.
It depends on what area you're in, I guess. Was it you did a mail-in?
Oh yeah. I'm East Coast, so I'm like Maryland right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm mailing in.
What do you think? You think Maryland's gonna be riding with Biden?
Yeah, probably. Wait, no. Oh yeah. Did Maryland probably will. I'm from like Jersey though.
Okay.
So like my vote doesn't count. Because I'm probably voting for Trump, or I did vote for Trump.
All right.
But,
Isn't it like I feel like so many people that were in the middle are going to be pushing towards Trump, especially after all the BLM stuff and the rioting. It does seem like I don't know. It's hard to read because everyone's locked in their homes and everybody's so afraid to say what they feel, which is insane. But to me, it seems like it's probably going to be another landslide for Trump.
Oh, for Trump? Oh, wow. Like, my friends are saying like the other way around.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope it. Yeah, my friends are saying the other way around, but like Trump is like unpollable. That's what they say. So.
I don't know, man. I don't know which one is going to be more chaotic, right? If Trump gets elected, there's going to be meltdowns. If Trump loses, it's just going to be. I mean, who knows how fast they can push these Green New Deal things through. I mean, Green New Deal would make gas like $13 a gallon.
Yeah, I mean, I want to do what you do. I want to go homestead, move out, and chop wood if that happens.
Hey, man, it's a viable route, and I gotta say, I enjoy the work we do. Like I love being able to talk to people, but screen time and stuff like that, you feel so much better when you're working outside, working with your hands. You don't make much money when you work outside and work with your hands. So what I do is, we supplement our, we sponsor or we fund our homesteading addiction with our other work, and we try to keep a balance there as much as we can. But I think it's important. I think it's important to focus on real skills like that, especially when we're young. They're trying to push us, the education system, everything, trying to push us towards this, like everybody's got to be working on devices all the time. And I think real skills like mechanic skills, carpentry skills, even if you're not looking for a career in this, just pick those skills up, man. Hang out with people who know how to build an engine, build a freaking engine. Learn how to just do simple things like frame a house, and these are useful skills, and not a lot of young people have real skills anymore, which is shitty.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like I'm in college. I'm a senior in college right now, and like I want to like go like homestead more than ever. Like I'm a finance major, and literally I just want to like go and do nothing like related to that. Because
well, maybe you could. I mean, if you could find a way to get good at what you're doing, if you could work from home, you could. It's like if you prioritize
behind a computer all day.
Well, half the day is what I'm saying. Like you find a place to live where it's like you tailor your lifestyle to where you're minimalist, right? Like I buy nothing. All my clothes are 10 years old, right? We don't buy freaking anything except food. And like, I mean, we got I have a decent truck that I built, right? Meat, food, and just the basic essentials. I think that being frugal and understanding what you really need and living minimalistically, and not minimalist as like live in a pod, but just finding a way to be a little bit more frugal. And you don't need to go work in a city as a financer. There's a lot of things you can do remotely too. So you might find some routes where you can get a decent income and be able to homestead half the day and spend the rest of the day working on a computer, and that balance right there. Right? I mean, you know what the computer does to you. You got the blue blocker glasses on right there. You understand like the health effects of this stuff. I mean, last night after the 6-hour live stream, like it was like my face,
I watched part of it.
It was zonked, man. Like my whole face was like melted. I like went and laid in the bath for a while. I didn't fall asleep till like maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then I had to wake up at 8 o'clock. No, I was 7 o'clock. I woke up. I think I only got 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep last night.
Yeah, you were 7.
But I mean, anyways, don't get too hung up on money, and you get what you need, and focus on building the lifestyle that you want, and things will fall into place.
It's funny because like I always thought I would end up working in like New York City, but now like I want to move out, like I don't know, probably to like Texas or something. Like everyone's fleeing the cities. Cities are factory farms. I heard someone say that recently. That's like apartment complexes are factory farms.
Right.
Like, that's just such a funny thing to say, but
it's
true. And and Isaac kept you up last night. I was watching, and I was like,
I couldn't stop because it's like every round we did,
Isaac.
it got funnier and funnier. It's like, okay, I'll put you on timeout and I'll bring you back in, and it's just the same thing. It's like, okay, it's imagine Isaac talking to.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Isaac? Imagine Isaac like talking to his mom, right? Isaac, I wonder if Isaac's ever had a job. I'm gonna assume no. I'm gonna assume he's a permanent I'm gonna assume Isaac is like a 28-year-old college student, because that's what he seems like to me. But I don't know. To me, one of the funniest thoughts is like imagine how the dude talks to his mom. Like, wait, mom. If you're just gonna be a sophist, I'm going to mute you, mom. I'm gonna mute you. I'm talking to Avi right now. Wave at me when you're ready to send me money, mom. Okay, you wave at me.
It's like mom, let me run my argument on you. Like, what do you want?
Mom, yes or no, mom? Yes or no? Did you not tell me you would pay my rent till I'm 30? Yes or no? Give me a yes or no answer. Someone's mentioning woofing. WWOOF. You heard of that? It's something about I forget the acronym, what it stands for, but it's basically you can go work on small farms and like a work.
Oh yeah, no, I was thinking of that.
It's a good thing to do in
like,
suburbs.
I was watching something about like Fawning Farms recently. It's like these guys that got like bison because they wanted like their family to do chores. It's like pretty sick. And also like the Strong Sisters.
Yeah.
You see, they bought like a property, and like they're gonna do a ton of things with it, which is like really cool.
Yeah, man.
A lot of work.
Yeah, that's I've got to check out what they've been doing because I saw something about them starting to homestead. Man, it's crazy. Like 5 years ago, would you have thought that this would be what you would be wanting to do?
Nah, not at all. It's so
yeah, man. So you're senior, or what are you 23? You about to finish your
No, I'm 21 actually. I just turned 21, but I'm a senior. Yeah.
So you're getting a degree in finance. What's the degree called?
That's like a Bachelor of Science.
Bachelor of Science.
Finance. In finance.
Me and you with them BS. Or no, I got a BA, not a BS. A BS.
Yeah. It's a BS. Yeah, and it is BS. So. Like I haven't learned a thing.
Get your BS or your BA. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I got better at BSing.
That's what happens.
That's it.
Yeah. You get really good at BSing and skimming books. You get pretty dang good at skimming books and writing essays, right? Just the basic essay format.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't written an essay in like forever. I just I don't know, just take out my exams. I just hit numbers on my computer. But,
Well, dude, get married young, man. Find a good woman that has good motherly instincts and takes, and maybe I don't know. Find the chick like that around, like the girl around you who's always taking care of your drunk friends, and marry her and make some babies and go homestead, dude.
That's good advice.
Seriously, find the one that's got motherly instinct, the one that's never getting drunk, the one that's not promiscuous, the one that takes care of people around her, and wants to be a mom, and go build it, man, because you don't want to be dating when you're 30.
All right, man. That's great, man. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. All right, man. Hey, thanks for calling in, man. Call in another time. Give us an update when you take the next steps.
Yeah, no, I'll come. If I think of any funny ways to make fun of vegans, I'll do that. I'll call them.
Right on, man.
Because I've been on like the carnivore thing for like a year at least. Awesome. Yeah, like a year actually. So.
And what made you decide? Like,
Carnists will try to befriend you. They'll try to say,
I'll wait for
vegan ideology, you've been brainwashed, come over here. That's brainwashing. That is the actual brainwashing.
What was I asking? Oh yeah, what got you into carnivore? You just didn't want to end up like Michelle?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, no, because I was like did a lot of running, but I was never like that healthy or whatever.
Yeah.
So then I think I maybe saw or I listened to like a lot of Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I do a bunch of DMT. No, kidding. But, so I like heard about the whole like keto thing, Mark Sisson, and then so I was doing that for a while, and instantly I knew like I was gonna stick with that. But then I started seeing like Sean Baker's work, and instead of like big ass salads, like I was kind of sick of eating those. So then I just started eating more meat, and then ended up on the carnivore thing. And like I never really lost a lot of weight, but like mental clarity, like so many other things, just like are so much better.
Man, it's amazing, especially if you grew up like, I grew up just kind of eating whatever I wanted, and I never realized that diet and nutrition are going to play a major part in how I feel physically. I used to medicate with food all the time, but I didn't realize I just saw food as like entertainment and almost like a drug. But then when you really dial in your diet and you get it down to the essentials and you understand what your body needs, it saves a lot of time and energy, and it's just, it opens up possibilities for other things, right? So the fact that you've got that habit right now at 21, that's really cool. That's really, really good, man.
Yeah, no, like most people don't even realize like nutrition and like performance are connected. Like in high school, like I would just eat garbage the night before like a race or whatever. Yeah. Like I ran cross country and stuff. Like I would just eat like ridiculous things the night before. Like, yeah. I wish I could go back in time and like fix that, but yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. And when I was in high school, I wasn't concerned with performance. I was more concerned with just like, I don't know, just hedonism, I think. And yeah, I didn't realize that until I got badly injured and felt like crap. I didn't realize that it could make a difference.
Yeah. That's all.
Dude,
great talking to you.
It's always nice getting the audience call-ins, man. You guys have me. All you Zoomers are making me stoked. You guys are making me stoked on the future. I'm not as worried. When I talk to you guys like you, it makes me less worried about my son and my daughter's future. So, yeah, man, just keep it up. Keep doing what you do. You look like Rex Jones right now without your glasses. You look a lot like Rex Jones.
I don't even know who that is.
That's Alex Jones.
I'm not a boomer.
Alex's son. You're not a boomer. Alex Jones' son. He's like your age. He's like 19 or 20.
All right.
Yeah. Cool, man. Hey, thank you so much for calling in, Daniel. Hit me up sometime soon, man. Stay in touch and let me know how things go.
All right, yep. I'll call back.
All right, brother.
Peace.
Later, man. All right. We're taking calls. I got videos we could watch too, but there's always callers. And I love taking the calls. I'd rather talk to you guys than watch a video and talk to myself. And Jessica in the room here. But nobody can hear Jessica. She doesn't want to talk ever. Even though she would say some funny shit. If she jumped up, yeah, I should give you a mic. That's what we should do. We need like a...
It's too awkward for me to like cross over.
Look what Jessica does.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at her. Look what she's doing. That's her. That's Jessica. She's working on She's knitting a pair of. She's knitting a dong sling for me. She's knitting my outfits for my OnlyFans. It's not knitting. I'm sorry. It's not knitting.
The feathers aren't here yet.
She's cross stitching. Snitches get cross stitches. That's Jessica's saying.
You're saying.
All right, let's pull in someone else. We got all good calls so far. We got a little bit of a younger crowd. I'm liking it. More Zoomers, less Boomers. Nothing against you Boomers, but the Zoomers are pretty cool tonight.
Hello?
Hey, what's happening, Tanner?
So, no, I just watched the debate, and I was wondering if I could stick my fat.
Oh, you knew that. Good job.
All right, so I muted him because I could tell that was coming. Hey, you stupid Spurg. Nobody heard what you just said, and nobody really cares what you had to say. And guess what? Your profile that we have on here, everything you just did was recorded, and we got your name. So that's all good. Yeah, things come around. What goes around comes around. To the last caller, we got Maddie. Let's pull in Maddie. I know Maddie. I didn't even hear what that guy said, but I could feel it coming as soon as I heard his voice.
I'm super impressed.
Man, I've been around.
Tristan, what's up?
Maddie.
Hold on, I'm streaming too at the moment, so I'm gonna try to get this right because I've got like, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Okay, so the people watching, just go over to Primal Edge Health on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. I'm gonna talk to him for a little bit. So hopefully that'll give you.
We got Matt over in his Zoomer battle station over there. Matt's fighting for America, and Matt is so excited from the amazing debate that he just witnessed. He is hyped. His adrenaline is racing from that debate.
That wasn't bad actually. I mean, if you compare it to the other debate, obviously it was way better. Pence raped Kamala.
Pence did. I think he did dominate.
I think Pence is the clear winner.
Yeah. Kamala came off as a smirky, snarky, weird little woman, and Pence came off as like, hey, I'm nice, I'm straightforward. He almost called out the WHO. So yeah, I think as far as like middle America, Pence probably took that one, and he got a big W there.
Yeah, for sure, and he had a few. Good points where he was doubling down on, like the taxes that kept kind of getting ignored, and then like the packing the court issue that she kept blatantly ignored like 3 times in a row or something. It was just it was horrible for her. And what did you think about the moderator, by the way?
Oh, very biased. I mean, she was her and Kamala. They had something going on there. The way Kamala's looking at her, man. I wish my wife would look at me like Kamala looks at the moderator.
Yeah, I didn't like the how it seemed like the moderator kept kind of setting Kamala up to attack.
Yes.
Every time.
Kamala, why? Can you tell me why Trump is so bad? We all know Trump is bad, but why is he so bad?
Right. Yeah. Like she'd bring up like problems within the White House. Like you guys aren't socially distancing and stuff. And then anytime Pence, which most of the time he had a really good response or like a really good way to flip it back on her, it was shut down almost every time.
Yeah.
I'm seeing on Twitter now that Kamala's speaking time went significantly over Biden's. It was like quite a few minutes over Biden's in total, which is what I projected. I know the moderator kept saying that that Pence was going over his time, but it was Kamala who she kept giving free time to and allowing to go, whereas she'd shut down Pence. So I don't think this moderator was nearly as bad as Chris Wallace last week, but still pretty bad. And I think Pence would have raped her even harder if the moderator was at all fair. pardon my language, but
it's pronounced. We call it roip here because we use the Australian pronunciation is roip. Okay, technically roip. It's roip. It's
okay,
ripe.
I like that.
Like ripe, like a banana. Like you eat a ripe banana. He riped her.
Yeah.
I think that gets you. I think that helps with the algorithm. But dude, so what do you think? You're in university, right? You're in college. What do you think your generation is thinking about this election? At least in your area, where's it swinging?
Well, I go to school at Liberty University, which is notoriously it's known as like a conservative Christian university. It's non-denominational, but what I'm seeing on campus, and I'll get into like what I'm seeing broadly across my generation, but on campus I'm seeing these non-denominational Christians and the culture here kind of swinging toward like the woke side of things and the liberalism. There have been like Black Lives Matter protests on campus where you had all the young white girls like going up there. I will never know what it's like to be black. Like, okay. And then, but broadly, I think Gen Z is gonna. I'm sticking to Gen Z is very conservative. I think Gen Z has grown up in like meme culture and. You know, we had the internet our entire lives, so we grew up in this cyberbullying world that's made every young Gen Z boy into a man. We don't, I mean, all of Gen Z knows that if any of their group chats were leaked from the age of like 12 to 19 or whatever, they're done for. So I think Gen Z is going to be the first step in changing the way we view what people do in their private lives, stuff like that, which is very important when you look at culture. Like, if you're going to cancel everyone for something they said in a group chat, Gen Z is going to reject that, of course, because we've all said the N-word or bullied someone in a group chat, which of course is, you know, humor is subjective, obviously, and we have different jokes, and we say different things in a group chat than we'd say in real life out in the streets to people. And I'm also seeing a lot of posting online where people are saying we were raised to be like the least racist and the most kind generation. You know, we had all the bullying lectures in school and stuff. And a lot of these people are feeling stabbed in the back through like the BLM stuff. So a lot of Gen Z is moving like alt-right and authoritarian right. And even I've gone authoritarian after 2020. And I'm not like a racist or anything, but
well, if you have to say it.
What's up?
If you have to say that, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you, man.
Well, if you have to say it.
Yeah. I mean, I was a libertarian until early 2020.
Yeah.
And I first got into politics like very loosely, probably in like 8th grade, but I was an 8th grader, so I wasn't like really deep into it. But like that's kind of when I got the first interest. And then I've probably been like of a libertarian mindset ever since.
Yeah.
And then I see the problems that a degenerate culture can cause.
Yes.
And I want the government to do their job more than just, you know, not be involved. So I'm leaning authoritarian now.
Yeah.
And we're also, as a generation, leaning toward a more traditional culture in society.
There we go. So Gen Z, you guys going to help us bring back the monarchy or what?
Yeah, I hope so, where I'm the leader. I should be the first king. If I'm not, look, hey, I'll make you like the Joker or something. No,
the court jester? You want me your court jester?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think about
your
personal trainer? All right. What do you think about this statement? Deputy Dave says most Gen Z seems more intelligent than their parents. They reject drink and drugs and support conservative values.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's good.
I talked about this in my chat with Gavin. Gavin is known as more of like a punk kind of guy, you know. And I was telling him about how Gen Z might. We were talking about, and he agrees with me that Gen Z is basically the last line of defense.
Yeah.
Right now, but he was saying like go out, like have sex with a bunch of women, smash windows, smoke weed. And I was like, no, like we're not about that. We're not about getting in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we get in trouble in the eyes of, you know, older generations see what like our humor as like disastrous or racist.
You guys are bigots. You guys are bigots. You said the bad words. You guys say, you guys call things gay sometimes? Oh, no.
Yeah, but Gen Z is largely hitting the gym. You know, we're rejecting pornography generally and stuff like that. So
I love it, man.
I think there's hope in Gen Z.
There's hope, man. I think the millennials, we got trashed by all this stuff. They put us on the freaking drugs. Millennials are just, constantly in between their mental breakdowns. You got.
Yeah, Tristan, stop crying, Tristan. No. I don't like the generational, like obviously, like compartmentalizing people is bad.
Yeah.
But
I love all the generations, man. I got friends that are boomers. I got a few friends that are boomers, but they're kind of whack jobs. But there are a lot of cool Gen Xers, a lot of cool millennials, a lot of messed up millennials. But I think I'm very critical of my generation because I had to sit in schoolrooms with them I had to sit with 30 of them every day in different classrooms for most of my life. So I know you millennials. I know how pathetic you are. I know how ready you are to accept whatever stupid bullshit your government tells you to do. I'm pretty critical of my generation, but I gotta say, man, I've talked to like 3 or 4 Zoomers today so far. All you guys are all based. You guys are all on point, and I'm digging it, Maddie.
Yeah, someone in your chat's mentioning TikTok and OnlyFans isn't a good look for us. That's true, but I think it's also been a good thing in opening up a lot of our eyes. Because like I said, I was a libertarian. I was like, watch, porn, engage in whatever degenerate acts you want to, as long as it doesn't affect me. But at some point, you realize these people don't want to leave you alone, and they never will. Yeah. So at some point, OnlyFans and TikTok has become a good thing for some of, it's opened my eyes. I go on TikTok and you'll scroll through and you'll see all these these teenagers shaking their booty and stuff to old men and little kids on the internet, and they're doing hypersexualized dances and stuff. And then you get cuties on Netflix.
Yep.
And you start to wonder where are we going wrong?
And then you get guys like the last guy who called in thinking he's all cool and edgy, but I can see it coming a mile away, you fucking dorks. You get these people who are just, their mind is so broken that all they can think about is just saying the most disgusting, most blasphemous things that they can think of. And that's something that transcends. You got some Gen Zers and some millennials that are like that. But I'm thinking like a lot of these callers, they don't seem to be from Gen Z. Like the really pent up, bitter ones who just want to lash out. I think those are millennials. I think the millennials are a lot more pent up. I think Gen Z is better at expressing themselves. And this is good, man. I think you guys are rejecting the pop culture and at least making fun of it and memeing the shit out of it. And I love it, man. Keep it up. Keep going, guys.
Yeah, and I don't think I showed you this, Tristan, it's actually my phone background. I'll block out the name here. I don't know if you can see it. But this local public educator at a high school put on her Facebook to over 1,000 people in my community back home. And this was when I was covering local protests, and I was actually doing a really good job. I was asking fair questions. I had received positive feedback from Democrats, Libertarians, Republicans, people all over the political spectrum. And this is what she put on Facebook. By the way, we've never met. I don't know who she is, but she put this. If you plan on protesting, don't let Matt Andrews interview you. He's the young white man that has been filming the Easton protests. I did my homework on that kid, and I don't think he has good intentions. That's a millennial white woman. All of the people who've had problems with me were millennials or boomers. I think maybe one Gen Xer, but we went back and forth, and her reasoning was that I had interviewed Milo and Milo and Laura Loomer or something.
Oh, he talked to Milo. He talked to Laura Loomer. Look, Milo's a homosexual. Laura Loomer is Jewish. What is the problem? Are you not allowed to talk to homosexuals or Jews? Is that not okay? Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I tried to get a liberal on too. I tried to get Ask Yourself on. He blocked me from his Discord. So he banned me when I asked him. So he's the one who hides. But
you just asked him. What'd you ask him? Hey, come on my show. Let's talk.
I said, yeah, come on my show. We'll talk about veganism. And he banned me. So
he's like, wait, name the trait. Name the trait. That makes it okay.
Yeah, that whole thing is cringe. By the way, I don't really get that. For me, I was thinking about this today. When you say name the trait or whatever, as if I'm supposed to just explain to you right now the very simple thing that animals are obviously so much different than you and I. Like it's
No,
it's
one
like
trait.
common
Boil
sense.
it down to one trait. You have to distill it all
Yeah,
into one
exactly.
trait. And
Like,
I wanted you have to give it to me in binary code, and it has to be one word or less. Go.
Right. Yeah, it's such a complex thing. I was just thinking about like it's just one of those common sense things. Like, and it's in our nature to eat animals. Like, I don't know.
It's the whole thing is stupid.
Whatever,
I mean, these
but-
people, they don't care about real issues. It's like they want to debate that nonsense, and I think that's one of the problems with liberal democracy is it enables little coomers like Ask Yourself to vote. That fool can vote. Imagine.
So who do you think is going to win this election?
Yeah, I think Trump by a landslide.
That's what I say. Everyone keeps my own friend keeps saying the opposite, but you know, we've seen all of the polls and the media pieces and you know all the tweets before, and it didn't really work out well. But I mean, I saw something like Biden pulled up to Pennsylvania the other day, and they had like a line of Trump supporters with like the flags and stuff, which is what usually happens when Trump shows up.
Where's the Biden flags? They got Trump flags. There's no such thing as a Biden flag. The Trump.
That's true.
There's
That's
Trump
true.
flags or Trump. Where's the Biden memorabilia? Look at all the Trump memorabilia everywhere. Look, I'm no like. I think Trump would be a better choice than Biden. I'd rather see him win. If Biden wins, I'd be a little bit more freaked out. I'm critical of many things Trump has done. I don't think he's perfect. I think he's surrounded by all sorts of snakes. But I gotta say, like, it seems like a much safer bet to go with Trump. That's all.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Kamala Harris, who, by the way, will for sure be calling the shots, if not taking over completely.
Yeah.
If in the case that Biden were to step down, what does she want to do? She wants to grant amnesty to the illegals who are already in the country. She wants to decriminalize illegal immigration.
Yep.
And when that happens, when you grant amnesty to, or what you grant citizenship to all the people who are already here illegally, and you allow everyone else to come in, Republicans will never win another election, and that could be very disastrous for us. And if you look at, I'm reading a book now called We Wanted Workers, which is about only the economic impacts of immigration, which are bad enough. But when you look at the cultural impacts too, it's pretty bad, and they don't assimilate. They don't assimilate very well based on our current system. We don't really require much of them to come here.
Yeah.
You know, it takes like, I think it's by the third generation of Hispanic immigrants, they then get close to the amount of Americans that support a small government. But like the first generation, like 80% of them want big government or something.
Yeah, well, there's a difference too between like you look at Cubans. Cubans are very different, right? Like you look how Cubans vote and Cubans' political affiliations and their assimilation, very different from other groups, right? From El Salvador, deep in Mexico and stuff, completely different. Immigration it's been used as a tool. It's been used as a weapon in many cultures, and it's being used here. And we're in Ecuador, right? So they have this the Venezuelan crisis. These things get used for creating what Brzezinski called the arc of crisis down in Latin America as well, flooding Venezuelan refugees throughout Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. It's mayhem. It causes all sorts of terrible things, and it's not about race. In the U.S., media tries to make immigration about race. You come down here to Ecuador, Ecuadorians will tell you that Peruvians and Colombians are the most degenerate pieces of shit, and they don't want them in their country at all. They want borders. They want strong borders. They're strongly nationalist in South America. And it's a completely different flavor of politics, but it's crazy. It's like, you look at, neighborhoods in California with, Spanish-speaking neighborhoods. Like I'm a big fan of I love Ecuador, right? Like I love where we live here. And it's amazing how different the culture is in South America from, native South American culture, like here in the, up in the cuts, up in the sticks in South America. The family life is really important. People are relatively happy. They work hard, very nationalistic in many ways, and they're very religious. Most of them are pretty Catholic. Unfortunately, that's been eroded with New World Peter Pope Francis. But it's a completely different thing from what you see in like Southern California with poverty, gangs, drug cartels, and stuff like that. It's a mess, and there are a lot of cultures out there, and they don't all mix very well. I'm gonna say that they don't all mix well. And it's not about race. It's just about it's about culture, right? It's about I mean, it's just like if you have a family and you live in a rural area, and all of a sudden you take some some New York apartment dwelling family and you put them in the same home with them. There's going to be clashes, and they're going to have different ideas about how to live. They're going to speak differently. They're going to communicate differently. They're going to have different ideals, right? That's what we're talking about here. But media wants to make everything about race. I think Tim Dillon said, he made a funny joke talking to Rogan recently. He said, like, the only jobs you can have now are either cam girl or inciting a race war. That's the only jobs that are available.
Right. I mean, the question is, are you going to come here and assimilate to our values? Are you going to come help us? Or are you going to bring your garbage country with you that you couldn't fix in the first place?
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, like if we're going to allow immigration, we have to do it on a very minor scale, because if you want immigrants to assimilate properly, they're going to do so much, much quicker if they're outnumbered like 100-1, because that's going to force them to speak English. It's going to force them to adapt to our way of life and the way we view work ethics and stuff like that.
You can't have. Yeah, I get upset here all the time when gringos move down here and they don't speak a lick of Spanish. It screws things up, right? All these boomers, they try to move down to South America, they go to Mexico, they don't speak any Spanish at all, they don't assimilate into the culture at all, they're not friendly with their neighbors, they just get ripped off, they drive the prices up, and they're just seen as cash cow idiots, which is kind of it's kind of an inverted situation of what's going on, what you see in immigrant situations in the U.S., but yeah, no, a lot of these issues, I mean, especially the lockdown stuff, like Kamala talking about, Joe Biden talking about national lockdowns and mask mandates. Nobody wants that. Most people are not desiring to be locked down in their homes anymore. And I think that's going to be, I hope they talk more about that one. I hope they get more on that issue. And I want to see more pushback against WHO and globalism from the Trump administration. And I'd like to see him do that swamp draining that we've been hearing about for so long, and maybe he could I don't know, maybe he could bypass some of my critiques that I've got of him now, because I don't know, I'm kind of pissed at Trump for the whole coronavirus thing. I'm really upset with a lot of the things that he's allowed to happen and his administration has allowed to happen with all the lockdowns, but he's in a hard place. It is a hard, it's not the funnest job. It's one of the most difficult jobs. He's under the most pressure and mind control out of anybody on the planet. The president. Once the intelligence agencies start briefing these guys, it's another level of manipulation and of just psychological warfare. So yeah, man. You want to pull in another caller? You can stick around. We can jump in. We got.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's
I think this guy wants to debate immigration. So. I saw someone in chat saying they were in the waiting room. So yeah, just bring him in.
Let's see what he's got to say.
I've got some like vibey stream music in the background, so I'm kind of chilling.
Vibey stream music. There you go. I don't have any music in the background. I haven't reached that level of
expertise.
Yeah,
I'll teach you, boomer. No,
I'm new to OBS,
so you're much better at it than I am. Trust me. I'm still like messing around with all the features, but
yeah. Hey, what's up, Matthew?
Oh, we got another Matt in here.
It's Matthew. I think this is the guy that called in yesterday. I think this is Ask Yourself's little brother.
What's up? I am not. I did call him yesterday. Not Ask Yourself's little brother. What's your argument against globalism?
What's your argument for globo homo? What's your argument for it?
Okay, so my argument for globalism. So I think that currently there are existential threats that potentially will wipe out humanity.
Existential threats? Hey, existential threats are designed to social engineer you into accepting globalism. That's what they are.
Okay. Well, according to overwhelming empirical data from the future of
according to the science, you are foolish. The science says that you have a soyish voice and are a foolish little dupe. According to all the data and all the experts.
Can we see your face, Matt?
Show us your face, dork. We got to see your face. You're going to get booted. Put on your camera. You're out. There you go, kid.
Oh, yikes.
Okay, sure. So again, do you have an argument other than insulting me?
No, yeah, I do have an argument. Globalism is the bane of civilization. We don't want to be a part of your globo homo culture, and we want nothing to do with globalism.
We want nothing to do with it.
Is bad in the vein of civilization.
How do you know, Glove? Do you understand history? You know what the Bolshevik Revolution did?
I do, yeah.
Do you know how many
Yeah,
people starved in the Bolshevik Revolution?
Yeah, and I'm against the Bolshevik Revolution.
Oh yeah, but you want a global Bolshevik revolution for globalism.
I want a global non-Bolshevik revolution.
Oh, you want your cummies delivered to you from Amazon Prime so you can jerk off in your fleshlight on OnlyFans while you pop your pharmaceutical pills and then you go do your fake debates with Ask Yourself on Discord all day. Hey kid, we want local food production. Hey, shut up. We want local food production. We want local animal food production. Why? Because I'm a farmer, dumb fuck.
Okay, so your only argument is because you're a farmer. You just don't want to be unemployed.
Hey, what's your job?
I'm currently still in school.
Oh, you've never had a job. Okay. Hey, how much food have you produced? What do you produce?
Again, not an argument.
What do you produce? Little Ask Yourself. What do you produce?
I produce better arguments.
You produce, hey, you know what you produce? You produce crusty, cummy napkins. That's what you produce. You produce crusty, cummy napkins, and you produce annoyance for your parents when you fucking beg them for more money. You're out of here.
You're embarrassing to Gen Z, dude.
You're an embarrassment to humanity. Get out of here.
Me and Tristan were having a good conversation about America First problems, stuff like that. And you come in here and ruin it with your squeaky little voice. So, and I don't mean to be insulting, but like
I do. I mean to be insulting. You insult my intelligence. Your very existence here insults my intelligence.
Look, you're a disgrace to Matthews worldwide. You're a disgrace to Gen Z. And I wish you would come in here and just fit the vibe, dude. Like we have a vibe going on, and you come here and ruin it. And I don't appreciate that, brother. So
okay. Well, sorry for ruining the vibe, but like, do you have an argument?
I wasn't even listening.
You came, hey dork, you know how this works? You came in, you're a guest on the stream. Do you have an argument? What is your argument for globalism again? Was global warming? Hold on. Let me call it out. Your existential crises, what are they? Global warming, terrorism, viruses. What are the, viruses. What other existential crises do we need globalism to fix, little dork?
Sure. So there are a lot of them. So they include pandemics through future bioengineering, artificial intelligence. Reese estimates, according to the Future of Life Institute, there's overwhelming evidence from the consensus of empirical literature. There is a high probability of extinction in the next century. 50 odds.
Okay. All right. Matthew Adelstein, you are the problem. You are the problem. You are why we don't want globalism, because we don't want a world filled with you. We don't want a world filled with little soyum like you. All right? That's the problem. My argument against globalism is you. That's my argument against globalism. Okay? Go ahead. What's your argument against that?
Well, if your argument against globalism is me,
yeah.
I think I'm a pretty cool guy.
I know, and that's the problem.
Oh, that's kind of wholesome, not gonna lie.
That's the problem.
So hold on. I'm sorry. I wasn't really.
So what has happened so far this conversation is I have given you.
Okay. Bye, Matt. Have a good night. We got Anthony.
Yeah, I feel bad because
I don't feel bad at all, dude. These kids, you deserve what's coming. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man? Oh, here, let me unmute you. See, I like when they have the face, because they're not going to pull some dumb shit, right? You're not about to hear some like degenerate like something about my penis. It's like
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, dude. How you doing?
Yes, we can hear you.
Welcome, my friend.
Oh, my bad. Let me pause the live.
No problem, man. Let me read a couple super chats before we get into it. Great, welcome, Anthony. Thank you for calling in, man. We got Mrs. G donated $25. Oh, we already read that one. We already read Luca's. Mock Cosine donates $5. Says, how did you end up in South America? Or why should I say? We visited here. We loved it here.
Telling vegans that they've been brainwashed is actually just one of the gaslighting techniques I want to highlight.
Okay, so quick answer. Thank you very much, Mock Cosine. We came here to South America in 2010. We thought the U.S. was going to become way worse than it was back then. It was
the first couple years of the Obama administration. You had Obamacare, all this stuff was getting passed. We're like, we got to get out of here. This is a mess. California is not going to change for the better. So we visited Ecuador. We loved it. And we're like, dang, this place is like, it's affordable. It's beautiful. We can live the lifestyle we want there. And we did it, and we love it. And that's what happened, long story short. We didn't want to be in California anymore. We saw a lot of crazy stuff there, and we left. So thank you for the super chat. Delbridge says, what's this debate about? That debate was about ask yourselves, little clone just coming and I don't know what he wanted, but he's gone.
Force feeding you.
Little cougar. It was about coomers, I guess. So let's just summarize it like that. Anthony, welcome, man. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. How's it going, brother? It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, man. Good to see you. Good to meet you. Very. What'd you think about the debate?
Honestly, brother, I did not watch the debate. I just seen that you're holding lives, and I wanted to take the opportunity to be able to meet you and talk to you. I feel like I could get a good conversation out of meeting you. I think your videos are hilarious. My lady thinks your videos are hilarious. Nice, I see that you're pretty good critical thinker. So I just wanted to say what's up.
Thanks, man. What do you think about Maddie here? What do you think about the younger generation and some of?
Well, he's like my age. Yeah, but how old are you, Maddie?
19.
I'm 23, so I'm not that much older than you.
Okay.
So you're Gen Z.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm Gen Z.
I think it's cutting close. Wait a minute.
Yeah, like I'm on like the break.
What's cutoff for Gen Z? Is it born after the year 2000, or what's the cutoff?
I don't know. I have an older brother. I think he's 23. I don't know for sure. I've got too many family members, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he's close on the cut too. So I think that's why.
Where's the cut? Where's the cut for millennials? Where do millennials start and end? And Gen Z, is that even Is it a hard stop for millennial to Gen Z, or is it like how much time you spend on the internet when you're 10 years old that determines it?
It's probably like 95 or something like that.
Okay, so maybe my brother's Gen Z. He was born in 93. 93 or 4.
Mine was 94.
Sorry, Chase, I forget. Love you, bro. Yeah, man, what state are you in?
I'm in Texas right now for school, man. I'm doing line worker school. I'm from California as well, though.
What is line worker?
Like keeping the power on, like electrical line poles and all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were in the chat. You were asking about, hey man, you got line worker work over there in Ecuador?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm scared of what I feel like is gonna start happening here, man. I want to just go somewhere where I could at least get. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to homestead. I don't know too much.
I didn't know anything when we started. We just got chickens. We're like, okay, let's learn a little about this. And I was like, I want sheep. And Jessica's like, okay, maybe. And I just bought sheep. And she's like, okay, all right. And then, just one thing at a time. Yeah, I'm kind of just into diving into things and kind of learning as I go and full immersion. But
you learned out there?
Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing when I came out here. I never had animals. I lived in the suburbs, man. I grew up in California. The closest thing I did to homesteading in California was like, I don't know, digging in dirt and building bike jumps on the suburban lots before they threw the houses up.
What part of California are you from?
I grew up in Southern California, and then I lived in Santa Cruz before we came here. So I was in like San Diego, Carlsbad. I was like born in Dana Point. I lived in Riverside for a while before Carlsbad. So all over, Inland Empire, San Diego, then kind of like Central. I guess they say that Santa Cruz is kind of Northern California, but it's like Southern and Northern California, right?
Yeah, it's like the very bottom of it.
Yeah, it's like the last. It's like
nice right there,
it's like the lowest part of California where they say hella. It's like the last spot. After Santa Cruz County, you're not allowed to say hella after you go down south. It's like hella stops right at the bottom of Santa Cruz County.
Yeah, they don't like each other. The northern part and the southern part. It's kind of ridiculous.
Got the Southerners and the Northerners. Yeah, it's California's weird, man. I'm glad to be out of there. That's for sure. Especially all the lockdown stuff. My sister's still there. I get worried for her.
It's very segregated. Yeah. Very segregated.
Yeah.
So
where'd you grow up?
Southeast LA. Like I'm from like Whittier area.
Yeah.
Pico Rivera, right off the 605 and like the 5 pretty much around that area.
Oh man, that 5 freeway is the worst. I mean, I used to live off the 5 in Carlsbad, and I used to have to take the 5 to go to school, and it's just 2 exits up, but sometimes it would take like 30 minutes to go 2 miles on the 5 freeway at 7 in the morning. Stupid.
Yeah, especially down there in San Diego where it's like you miss one exit and then you might go past Camp Pendleton and it takes like an hour and a half to get back.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. But San Diego County's really nice. I like it down there. There's good people down there, but I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been there in 10 years.
So you said you're from California, but you're going to school in Texas?
Yeah, I'm going to line school in Texas. They had one in Northern California, but it was all booked up, and I wanted to start getting working already. So came out here. It's pretty cool out here, actually.
Yeah, what's up with Texas? How are the Texans compared to Californians? Any difference?
Everyone is a lot more polite, that's for certain. There's no graffiti. Surprisingly, no graffiti where it's like in this small little town I'm in Denton, like the northeast part of Texas, like really like an hour and a half away from Oklahoma. So it's pretty clean here, dude. Compared to at least where I'm from, in Southeast LA, like over there, it's
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, the gang culture in LA, it's so pervasive, and now with all the police stuff, I mean, it was a mess before in California. When we lived in Santa Cruz, it was like there was heroin dealers and stuff, and like Serrano gangs that we lived in front of this park called Poets Park, and it was a park for children. Like it was park made for 3 to 8-year-old kids, but it was basically just drug dealers that hung out there, and bums and crackheads and meth dealers and heroin dealers, and it was like shootings and stuff. It was stabbings and shootings, and like all the like little homies would tell me stories about like, oh yeah, I got stabbed up, man. Like I got stabbed like 50 times on the bridge over there, Holmes. Like what? Like that's right up the street, dude. These guys just tell me, yeah, this guy used to be my homie and they stabbed me up, man. It's like what? What the hell?
Yeah, it's wild, man.
It sucks.
It is really wild, dude. Yeah, I grew up around all that stuff, man. Everyone around me is gang affiliated. You hang out with the wrong people, you're considered, to be part of that group or whatever. You know? I never did gangs, but I did sell my fair share of drugs. I just got out of crap, dude. I needed to change my life, so I went to this school.
Dude, I'm stoked for you, man. I'm hyped for you. Imagine if you were still there in LA, just like trying to hustle and do all that nonsense, like especially with all the lockdowns and everything. Like, what are the gangs doing in lockdowns? I'm sure the drug trade is killing in California right now.
Yeah, supposedly it was harder to get drugs, but I mean that's what the bigger dealers would tell me. So they would just bring up the price. That's just kind of like, I think they just take any opportunity they can and just be like, yeah, it's more expensive now, so you got to charge me. So it's just you'd be surprised. They're really organized, those groups like Sureños and all that stuff.
Very organized. They're more organized than police.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
And they have communication networks that go all around the whole country.
Yeah. Yeah, people would be surprised the stuff they can get done from a prison cell. Mm-hmm. With a little piece of toilet paper.
Yeah, man. No, I mean, the California prison system is insane. The amount of crime that gets run from the California prison system, like the gangs, it's madness. I feel like the California prison system is it's a big social engineering kind of nexus point that spreads degeneracy through the whole country. Like you have, and the racial segregation that goes on in there. That's all by design. That was implemented not by the inmates. Like that was implemented from in a top-down way. And now it's been systematized, and it, to me, and you know what's crazy? Tim Leary wrote the psychological evaluation things that they use in the California prison system. He was involved in writing like the psychological the psychological profiling tests that they use there. Tim Leary, who was also spreading LSD everywhere, involved in MK Ultra and all this stuff. There's it's a strange thing, the California prison system. I think that'd be a cool book to research and write about the social engineering California prisons and the way that it's used to kind of like almost holographically influence the rest of the nation with all the race war stuff?
It has a really big impact, man. There's a lot of people in that gang life that are real, serious, smart, whatever. They think that the Mexican mafia has ties to the quote unquote Illuminati.
Yeah.
When there's all this segregation, because it's really, they brainwash you, dude. They really brainwash you. I know.
Yeah.
I have buddies that are just like their dream is to go to prison. And like that's
because all their homies are there, right? It's like all my buddies are there. You get free food,
yeah,
and you just hang out with your boys, and it's like high school all over again. They just get to bully and fight, and it's vicious, man. It's one of the worst situations to be in the California prison system. Stay out of the freaking California prisons, please. I don't care how many of your friends. I don't care if you're white, if you're black, if you're Mexican. Hey, if you're Mexican, you'll be better off if you're white and you're black. But you're screwed no matter what race you are in the California prison system. You are screwed. But I guess the whites and the Mexicans kind of they're safer than the black. I know blacks have it hard in the California prison system. They're overwhelmed by Mexicans and whites. And Mexicans and whites kind of roll together. It's and now the Norteños and Sureños are like there's like a truce between Norteños and Sureños now, I guess. I don't know if it's still sticking. It's been getting a real big truce on stuff like that, and it's been getting weird from what I've been heard. I never did any time. I got lucky, I never got caught when I was selling drugs. Yeah, man.
But all buddies, they'll complain about it. They'll be like, oh yeah, like they're letting the protective custody guys out, and I can see where they get mad because a lot of them dudes are like pedophiles and rapists, but they're like, pay the way out and be protected, so you can't do anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
How much did you make?
I didn't make much, man.
Did you cook meth?
I got nah. I didn't cook meth, man. I'm not that smart.
Tristan, you got Matthew Appelsteinberg in chat.
I know he's still spurging out. I've been thinking about kicking him. I'm just gonna put him on timeout for a second. Hey Matt, go on timeout. You can just sit over there and think about how dumb you're being. Go read Carol.
He was spewing heresy about how religion is dumb or something.
Religion is dumb. I'm an atheist. I don't have any beliefs, except it's a belief to say that I don't have any beliefs, and it's a false belief because I have many beliefs. Get out of here, guy. Go read. Hey, Matthew Adelstein, please go read the book by Carol Quigley called "The Anglo-American Establishment." You want to learn about globalism. Read this book. Okay, read this book.
Oh, he's going to the bookshelf.
Read this book. There's two books. Read this book, Carol Quigley, The Anglo-American Establishment. This one, read that, and then also read another book.
The Bible.
The Bible, right? Read the Bible. Your name is a biblical name, dude. Like, where do you look? Read also Manifest Destiny. Democracy is Cognitive Dissonance. You want to learn about globalism? Read this by F. William Engdahl. Manifest Destiny, and then also this is Carol Quigley, The Anglo-American Establishment. You want to learn a little bit about globalism, where it's going, where it comes from? Read those books, please. Read some dang books. There's the suit. We got the greatest mod in the world coming back. OK's up in the chat. What's up, OK? Good to see you here. OK is super mod. OK is like the mod of mods.
Yeah, I don't get the whole thing around these. Hold on.
Can you turn your mic up? Can you turn your mic up, Matt?
Yeah, 1 second. Just keep talking. Let me figure it out. Wait, I'm new to Zoom, so let's see.
I love the call-in shows. Call-in shows are the best. There's 2 more people waiting. Adelstein wants to come back. He keeps trying to come back.
Hold on, I might be able to.
Anthony, so you
is that better?
Maybe. I don't know. I can't tell who's louder.
What was that?
Anthony, I was going to ask you. You mentioned you got your girl there with you. You guys going to have some kids? You guys working on building a family?
Hopefully soon. Right now, I'm trade, graduate this school.
Yep.
And then just see where that takes me. I know a lot gives you crazy hours. So I don't know if it's the best time to just plop a baby in her now and then work all the time and never gonna see my child. You know? So, I don't know what I gotta do. You know, I don't know what the plan is right now, but
Is the mic better?
Yeah, now it's louder. Turn it a little bit down.
Oh god.
I'm just trying to get you and Anthony equal because Anthony's quieter than you. First he was louder, and now he's quieter than you.
How's this?
That's perfect, right in the middle. We're getting I guess Edelstein, Sheldon Edelstein or Matthew Edelstein went and he's conjured up his nest of vegan cockroach demons, and they're coming in the chat. So we'll read a couple of hate comments. Matt and Tristan got absolutely rammed by Ask Yourself. Ban me from your chat, weasels, says somebody. And then we got another Go Vegan says, Tristan, gonna scurry back into the sewer, you quivering rat? Huh? Pansy. So Ask Yourself's alt accounts are in the chats. Thank you, Ask Yourself. I appreciate that.
I'd like to address a couple of these. So I want to make it clear for all of his little Spurg friends that I'm sure he's sending through the Discord or whatever that I got banned from, by the way, the minute I asked him to do a show with me. So his whole, he didn't ram anyone. He kept repeating that he like destroyed Tristan.
Destroys everyone. He destroys everyone.
Terms, but the thing is when you ask a question centered around morality, you have to, if you're arguing with someone who understands objective morality and you believe that anyone can think anyway and there's no problem with that, you're not getting anywhere. So that's what Tristan was trying to establish, like some sort of terms that we could agree to before the argument went further. And then your Spurg Ask Yourself cult leader over here kept interrupting and yelling and was like, oh, are you going to hide behind your mute button? So he's clearly the problem, and he needs to work out and eat some meat and do something. Probably
lift some weights. Stop jerking off. Fix your relationship with your dad. I don't know what's wrong with you and your dad, but I'm sure there's something weird there.
Daddy issues are always the problem.
Go fix your freaking relationship with your dad. Apologize to your dad for being such a little turd to him when you were a little kid. You spoiled little brat, and freaking come right next time. Come right and act like you're going to act like an actual debater. Don't just act like a master debater. But yeah, all you guys, you keep coming in the chat. You guys, there's a link. You can jump in. You can call. You can comment. If you have something to say, you can call. But no pervs. All you little pervos. You little pervos.
Yeah, no little pervert pedophiles, please. I can't. I'm sorry, but and I feel bad, but I can't take people seriously.
Careful with the words. You can't even say some of these words on YouTube anymore, Matt. I don't know if you've seen we got to be kind of careful. Just YouTube's weird.
Okay.
Man.
Well, you guys know what I mean. It's hard to engage with people like Matthew Adelstein Burger or whatever who was in here. I just had a hard time following it just because obvious reasons, but not that these people are subhuman, but.
No, they just act. They just act like fools.
You have to reach a certain voice level before you can make legitimate arguments.
They're acting like fools. You're 16-year-old kid calling in. What's your argument against globalism? We need globalism because all the problems in the world, and globalism will stop all the problems in the world. Come on.
He walked in like he won already. That's his problem.
Right.
Why do I care about the world's problems? Why do I care about some other country's issues?
They always use this thing of existential. There's existential problems. And that is how social engineers get you all to buy into their stupid programs like Green New Deal and higher taxes. They want to tax the shit out of you until none of you can afford to live off the land anymore. And that's what's up. Globalism is all about destroying culture. So vegan movement, look at the vegans. They love to swarm. They think if they type in all they type in all caps, then somehow it proves their point, and it's just spurgy and pathetic.
Or make sexual implications. Someone's in here talking about whatever, but
right. They always got to be. It's always got to be some perverted angle of I'm gonna.
I know,
it's always got to be sexual, or it's always got to have sodomy involved. Dude, and even last night, ask yourself, within like 2 minutes of him speaking, he'd already brought up sodomizing children. You sick, disgusting perv. This is
that's a little odd.
Disgusting.
Especially when he goes on your show. Like,
yeah,
he's on your platform, and then like
it's the same thing you said 2 years ago too. They said they brought the same. They always use those examples. I don't know why. I don't understand. I don't understand. But you guys, go fix your daddy issues. Go make up with your dads and thank your dads. Or I don't know. Maybe your dads should have spanked your asses when you were little boys. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe your dads were either absent or they just didn't beat that ass. But yeah, I don't know. Bring back the belt for Ask Yourself. Ask Yourself Senior. Bring back the belt. Figurative belt, of course. Check it out, James Jones. Tristan is a little prude. Look at this comment. Tristan is a little prude. Ha ha ha. He's scared of the bedroom. His wife probably has big muscular black man on the side. And Tristan likes to watch from afar, owned by Ask Yourself. So this is what these people think like. This is their mind. This is what you're thinking about. Your whole mind, you don't realize, all you little coomers, all you little Ask Yourself fans, the reason you're so upset is because we tell you exactly what you are. You are perverted little coomers who can't stop thinking about the most disgusting, base things. And you've destroyed your souls, and you've destroyed your own minds, and you're destroying yourselves physically with your stupid diet. And all you have is meat man bad, bald man bad. That's all you got. That's all you got. You guys are boring. You guys are played out. You guys are boring.
It seems like such a weird hill to die on these days. Like, I feel like the vegan thing is such a weird, and I know your thing is kind of like health and stuff like that, but to me, it's just like, is that really like the forefront of the argument right now?
No, exactly. It's like look at what's going on in the world. You're being shut in your home. You're told that you have to wear a muzzle, that you'll never go back to normal, that you're going to have to be tracked and traced, and you're going to have the Rockefeller Foundation and these transnational corporations are going to take DNA samples from you on an almost daily basis to make sure that you're fitting in and that you're doing all the right things. You are being submitted to one of the most dehumanizing technocracies that has ever existed, perhaps since the Tower of Babel. And you're over here worried about, oh, Tristan said the fag word. He said the fag word. Get out of here, you dorks. You're pathetic.
Yeah, and this whole, like, they're being so stubborn on it, even though they themselves are subjectivists. So if morality is subjective and I can believe what I want, then why don't you just let me believe what I want and leave me alone?
Right, exactly.
You know,
and that was the point last night when he finally said, "Oh yeah, morality is just like whatever you feel." At that point, it's like, okay,
then I feel there's nothing wrong with eating animals. Leave me alone.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go after that. It's ridiculous. Right. It's ridiculous. So, anyways,
at some point they're going to have to acknowledge there's some sort of objective sense of morality, even logically, like not even religiously. Like, I know, like, it comes from God, but if you just want to make a logical argument, it's like, well, why? Like, at some point you're going to have to give a definitive answer as to why something is wrong. Like, I could sit here and question why rape is wrong all night. You could say, oh, because it's violating a woman. Okay, why is that wrong? Like, at some point, you have to get somewhere where you're giving a legitimate answer.
Ultimately, these people.
Oh, you can believe whatever you want.
That's the thing, is these people's worldview, it justifies anything, and that's why they come in here and they say the most disgusting things. And that's who the callers who I could tell you callers. I could tell when you're about to dump some disgusting perverted thing, and that's why I lean over and I mute you before you even do it. And that's why we might have a rule where if you're gonna come on, if you're gonna call in, you got to use video from now on. But you guys all got all your alt accounts. You guys all play your little soy ops and your little gay ops. But you ultimately, what you believe, your moral code is essentially anything goes. And that's the problem with the world. And that's the problem with globalism. That's the problem with moral relativism. That's the problem with modernity. And that's the problem with all you little Ask Yourself Coomer fans who are so obsessed with me. If you think that you guys are so great and you're so true and righteous and you won, why are you so concerned? Take your W and go, right? Take your W and go walk off into the sunset. You guys won, right? I thought it was for the animals though, huh? I thought it was for the animals. You're trying to make people go vegan, right? No. That's not really what it's about. You guys are arguing with yourselves. You hate your daddies. You hate God. And that's what it's about. You reject the truth. You reject God. And you want to justify your little moral relativist Coomer nonsense. And you have nothing other than that. So that's, I don't know. I can close it with that. I like, every once in a while, it's fun to banter with the chat. Fun to banter.
Yeah, I feel like we have to, just, they're just not worth it if this group in particular, like some vegans might be worth it because they're willing to agree that, they may be willing to agree that morality is objective, and they may just believe that it's vegan is one of those objective morals or whatever, going vegan or whatever. But, a lot of them are not. I know a lot of vegans, and almost all of them are pro-choice, who are pro-abortion, pro-late-term abortion. So they're just not worth the time.
Infanticide. They're pro-infanticide. You guys remember, Matt's got a channel. Go check out Matt's channel. Go subscribe to Matt's channel. What's it called, Matt?
Matt Andrews. I'm going to put it in chat real quick because some guy's asking.
Put it up in the chat. Matt Andrews.
There we go.
Matt Andrews representing the Zoomers, talking to me representing the Boomers. What's the process? Someone says, "What's the process for joining the Zoom call?" There's a link in the description. You got to have video if you're coming on from now on. You got to turn on your video. You're not coming in.
Yeah, that's a good rule because you'll get.
Yeah. No, it's
you're lucky. I'm sure there's probably something that's happened to you before, but with the amount of viewers you get, I'm sure people come in and
don't give them ideas. Yeah, exactly. Don't give them ideas. But yeah, they tried. But I got a good. I got a good radar on that one. So yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. The new rule is you gotta have.
If you're not willing to say it with your camera on, then you probably shouldn't say it in the first place, and you shouldn't be on the internet.
Yeah. And it's just that there's the thing with YouTube too. It's like, look, if this was really, if YouTube was not so heavily censored, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't really care. It is what it is. But you guys all play your little soy-ops, and that's how you play. That's how you roll. But we got a couple other people who want to jump in, but I don't want to. Anthony, you got any other questions, dude? You got any other?
I think all these people come from privilege, man. I think all these people that come and tell you all this crap.
Right? Working people that you don't see any construction workers in here talking their shit. These are all little college kids. These are college kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're all blessed. All you vegans out there who are in here arguing in the chat, you're really blessed. Your mommy and daddy are bankrolling your degeneracy. And hey, maybe one day you'll appreciate that, but it seems like you're just throwing it away. It seems like you're probably just as disrespectful to them as you are to people on the internet. And yeah, I know I'm not very respectful.
We're praying for you guys.
Yeah.
I think that brain fog will ever let them logically think, dude.
Yeah, they eventually they'll get to a point where they get over it. What's cool is you do see a lot of people, they switch. That's why I don't mind addressing them. I like engaging with it because I get emails every day from people saying, man, I felt like shit as a vegan. I was angry all the time. I was annoyed with everything. I was hypersensitive to everything. Even sounds become hypersensitive. It's like you're starving. And then as soon as you eat animal foods, you feel better. And I like the thank yous. I enjoy when people tell me, hey, our children's health are better now that we left this stupid vegan cult. And we see it for what it is and we appreciate it. And now we laugh at it. And a lot of you who are watching right now, you'll get there. Eventually you'll get there. But it takes time, you got to realize how far gone you are, some of you. So if someone says, when I was vegan, I wanted to eat my own fingers. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Someone says, so being vegan is like being autistic. I mean, not always. Sometimes it depends on who you're rolling with on the internet. I think autism has become it's like a communicable disease now with the internet. Ask yourself, is he's able to infect swarms and hordes of his followers with it?
Yeah, I think that some vegans can make a legitimate argument as long as you're not comparing them to human beings. I think that's kind of a weird argument in the first place, but if you truly believe it's wrong to kill animals anyway, but you understand that these things that ask yourself and all of his people are bringing up are kind of retarded. You can make a good argument. I know some vegans who almost convinced me, but I love meat too much, and I understand. Tristan, I did a whole chat with him, and we went into the benefits of red meat and stuff like that. and how vital it is, how good it tastes, by the way. But yeah, some vegans can make a good argument, and some vegans are actually really respectable people.
Yeah. Well,
so not all of them are bad.
Even that, there was a girl called Veganica, and she came on the other day, and I didn't agree with her arguments, but she presented them in a way that wasn't obnoxious. She wasn't insufferable, and she acted like a human. And that's what we appreciate. If you guys want to come on, come right. So we got a new guest. What's up, Frederick? How you doing, man? You hear me?
Hey, bro. How are you?
Good, man.
Yeah.
Where are you calling from?
Man, this is actually weird. So I'm from Australia. I've been watching your videos for about 2 years now, so it's pretty weird coming onto the chat.
That's fine.
So just as a preface, by the way, I'm not a vegan. I'm not going to be arguing for the case of veganism.
Right on, man. Well, that's boring.
Tristan, I've just noticed that a lot of you are against. You're against vaccinations.
No, I'm not against. I'm not against.
What kind of informs your decision to be against vaccines?
No, I'm not against vaccinations, and that's kind of a topic that's essentially shadow banned and fully banned on YouTube. But I'm pro. Let's say I'm pro health choice. So what you put in your body, I'm pro health choice. Now I'm not against all vaccinations. There are clearly many that have had and given people in some terrible side effects, and I've known parents who've had to deal with the consequences of those, and it has led me to believe that it's very important for people to do research and read the dang inserts, right? Let's just start with reading the inserts. But yeah, from experience of friends and family, I've seen the damage that has been done to many people with some of these things, and I think it's important that we are able to have an informed discussion about them and consider the possible negative effects that some people can experience from some drugs, whether it be injectable or orally taken. I mean, even there are negative side effects to ibuprofen, right? Like ibuprofen, Advil, these things are terrible for your liver and for your gut. So these non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, they actually attack the same parts of the gut that's associated with the brain, the parts of the brain that are associated with empathy. So they pull these NSAIDs, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, they push people towards like sociopathy and psychopathy. So yeah, I'm not inherently against vaccines. I know there are some that work. There are certain vaccines for dogs that can be good and important in certain areas. Depends on, but I think the schedule needs to be massively adjusted. Some of these things are incredibly dangerous. HPV. The Hep B, like why are you giving children, why are you giving little 3-year-old boys HPV and Hep B vaccines when these kids are not sexually active, when these kids are they're not, hey, it's his Guatemalan roommate, his Guatemalan stripper, roommate, yeah. Maddie's Guatemalan stripper roommate is here.
Boobs for the stream? Boobs for the stream again?
So
got 130 viewers, 140.
140.
Yeah, by the way.
No, never mind. Optics. We're gonna keep optics good tonight.
Optics. No stripper roommates today. Zoomers. So yeah. Anyways, man, that's a really good question. I wish we could be more open with the conversation on YouTube, but YouTube is highly censored. Instagram is a place where you can get some good information. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's like a Democrat guy, he's more left leaning, but he does do some good explorations on this whole subject. And yes, I think that's a good place to start for learning about that.
Yeah, I'm saying this by the way because I'm a med student. So although I think there's definitely inadequate evidence to support the unhealthful nature of eating meat or saturated fat in general, I think that. For the most part, if you don't want me to explicitly mention the name, but those injections that we take, I think there's a lot of evidence to show that they have been helpful. But as you mentioned earlier before, there is, of course, the possibility that some people would have adverse reactions to them.
Yes.
There's one other thing I wanted to mention, which is a slightly different topic. So I actually grew up in another city, but I've moved down to Melbourne, which is kind of in the southeast part of Australia, and I'm doing my degree here. Unfortunately, although you guys might see that there's kind of the new Gen Z generation is becoming less woke and reverting back to more traditional ideals. I don't think that's happening, especially here in this city that I'm at. If you say things, you have to be very careful with what you say, and especially in the field that I'm in.
Yeah.
If I openly express my views, there's going to be a lot of backlash.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. It's hard to read sometimes, and I think different areas will kind of read out differently, if that makes sense. Like academia obviously is really different. The academic world is going to be different than like auto mechanics. You know what I'm saying? Like people who work with their hands are going to be more inclined to be more right-wing. People who are in academia are going to be more inclined to be more left-wing. Somebody mentioned Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. That she actually does do some pretty decent exploration of that. Have you heard of? Do you know Dr. Sherry Tenpenny? This is concerning the shots issue. There is. I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you. There seem to be some benefits to some of them. I think the schedule in the U.S. is abhorrent. Like the amount that they're given, especially at a young age, that are unnecessary. It's like why you need HPV vaccine for 4-year-old boys. That's ridiculous. It's a lot of it comes down to money. And yeah, I'm not inherently against it, but I think people should be able to make informed choices. And I think looking at the historical correspondences between things like DDT and polio can be important. And I think that's something that could be explored a little bit more. So the DDT polio thing, I'm not saying I believe it, but I think they have a decent argument. Some of the people putting that one out.
Yeah, to be honest, actually, a lot of these new medications that we're coming with, and especially the shots, you were talking about the HPV shot. If we lived in a society that adhered to more traditional standards, that wouldn't be as much of an issue. So for everyone who doesn't know, the HPV vaccine is the human papillomavirus vaccine, and there's 2 main strands of it, the 16 and 18. And they can cause different types of cancers, but mostly they can affect boys, usually causing anal cancer, but mostly we're concerned with females. They cause, cervical cancer.
Yes.
And can increase the risk of other cancers. But generally, the way that this is transmitted is through sexual acts. And I think that, and they openly tell us in schools and in union, again, it's an opinion that I have to keep to myself. Rather than enforcing all these shots on us, why don't you guys just say, be more conservative with who you're sleeping with? But
right?
I suppose that's a whole nother conversation to talk about.
Absolutely, man. I totally agree with you there. I think we need nuance in all this, right? I think what the media does, and it's like, oh, if you have any questions about the vaccine schedule, you're a subhuman anti-vaxxer, right? It's like, well, that's definitely a false, kind of a false assertion there. So I think it's important that we bring a little bit of nuance to these conversations. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing these points up, and I think that's a really valid question. And I think I am critical of many aspects of the modern medical system, but hey, if you break your femur, you're not going to go to your local. You're not going to go over to your local chiropractor or something. If you're bleeding out, you're going to go to a hospital. If you have a terrible infection, antibiotics are useful. The way they use antibiotics here in Ecuador, it's like, hey, you got a headache, take some antibiotics. And no matter what reason you go to the clinic for here, they're going to prescribe you antibiotics. So I think, bringing in nuance to the conversation, very important. Understanding the history of damage from some of these medications, like especially in the oral polio debacle in Africa and India. This is important, and I think, nuance is important. Media wants it to be like you're either anti or pro, and that's a social engineering kind of manipulation tactic.
I feel like we shouldn't treat STDs. Like we should make it like very, very hard to get your STD treated. Because if we stop like bailing people out who sleep around, like the same thing with abortion. Like why are we bailing people out for engaging in horrible acts? Like at what point do we just say like, you're on your own at this point? It was your fault. Maybe people will actually take more responsibility.
It's funny you say, if I said that in class, man, I'd probably be, this is not the degree for you.
Yeah, you working on your PhD? You going for a PhD?
What's your degree?
Medicine. So it's Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery.
Oh, yeah, probably don't say that in your medicine degree. Yeah.
Are you what? How many more years you got? You working on bachelor's
So
right now?
I'm in my second last year. So in Australia, it's a little bit different than the US and Canada. I think in the US, you have to have an undergraduate degree of, for example, if you do pharmacy, nursing, medical science, or something like that. And then you get into med school, which is 4 years, making it like a postgraduate degree. In Australia, we have both systems, but the university that I'm at kind of compresses the amount of time into 6 years, and then you graduate. But then you graduate with slightly lower qualifications than you would in the US. And for everyone's information, when you graduate as a doctor, so after med school, the journey's only just begun. There's a lot more things that you have to do.
Yeah, it's a journey, man. It's a lot of work. It's a battle, huh?
Yeah, but to be honest, the thing that bugs me the most is the infiltration of pretty much these very woke ideas, and especially like you said in academia, I would say personally it's not suited for, like you said, generally people who are more conservative or more right-leaning people. But I enjoy what I'm doing, and we'll say, God willing, everything goes well. Anyways, it's good that I clarified the misconception that I had. I just thought you were, kind of completely against those shots. And
No, absolutely not. I think we need safety testing for all these things, and we want to look at the true safety metrics of them. And I'm against the aborted fetal cell lines that they try to put in some of these things. Absolutely. So yeah, I think we need nuance in the conversation, and that's something that's lacking in mainstream media. And I appreciate you asking the question and bringing up some of the nuance. And yeah, man, I appreciate the question, the critique, and yeah, man. Anything else?
Nothing, man. Thanks for letting me come on.
Anytime, man. Come on again.
Take care, guys.
All right, God bless.
See you, man.
Later, man. You got a bunch of people
Hey,
waiting.
Tristan, it was great talking to you, bro. I could be up in like 4 or 5 hours. I just wanted to stop in and get a chat. It was cool talking to you guys, bro.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully one day you'll see me on an electricity pole in Ecuador, dude, and you'll be like, oh,
it's that Anthony guy.
Yeah, I need your help setting up. I got to set up we need to set up a solar pump. We got a spring at the bottom of the land. We need to set up a solar pump to pump water up along the side. I got to put a big tank down at the bottom where like a concrete tank, holding tank, and then I need to put a pump to pump, and I want to use solar to pump water up to halfway up the land and store it in tanks there, so that I can irrigate down below. So come out here and you help me set that up once you when you're ready.
I actually got a little advice for that. I did a little solar before this.
Yeah.
And before I did pools. So it's like a pool water pump.
Yeah.
And usually that's it's like a wall plug-in, man. But I'm sure you could figure out a way to cut off, like snip off the end. And if it's usually that stuff runs on AC electricity, but if you can get the right type of solar panel, it'll have its own microinverter, which is usually a system called N-phase, and you can just have that. If you get a strong enough solar panel, it might be enough to power it, because sometimes it takes a lot of amps.
Yeah, I just want to run it during the day, and it doesn't have to run all night. Like, I'll just use the solar during the day, and
yeah,
that's the goal.
Solar takes a lot more than you think it does. Like, we're not all there yet when it comes to technology. You'll need a few panels.
I know, right? Yeah. But I don't want to have, because I don't have enough electricity here. I don't have enough juice to run what I want to run. So I want to do the solar because of, well, also I don't want to be dependent, on, well, even if you have solar, people are under the impression that if you're like solar, you're off the grid. That's not the case. You need batteries. There's parts you're going to have to buy to repair. So it's like you're still dependent on there being access to a lot of these products. And it's not like you're just freed with solar. The only way you're off the grid is if you're not using any electricity at all. So, that's not our goal here. But yeah, I want to get that solar thing set up. If you have any advice on like models and stuff for pumps, shoot me an email, man. There's Tristan at primaledgehealth.com.
Tristan at primaledgehealth.com.
Yeah, dude, I would really appreciate that
Yeah.
because I got to do some
If
research.
I need any line work done, I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, of course, bro. If your power goes out because of storm or whatever,
I'll fly you in. I'll fly you out.
Oh yeah, man. I'll talk to my boss, Tristan. I'll talk to my old boss and see what he has.
Yeah,
recommendations
about that
on
because
all
I might
coworker.
import some of the stuff if it's better to import because here we're limited on what we can get.
You said okay. Said Tristan,
Primal Edge Health. Tristan Tristan at primaledgehealth.com.
At primaledge.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice meeting you, man. Thanks for coming on, man. I'm glad you're on the journey you're on, dude. I'm glad you're doing well, and yeah, keep it up, man. Take care of take care of that fam, take care of the lady, and call in another time, brother.
Thank you.
All right, bye, man.
Bye, guys. Bye.
See you, man.
Later.
Dude, we got a slew of 4 people waiting. Let's see. I'm gonna. All right, we got a new caller coming. Hey guys, if you guys like these shows, make sure to support the dang show. The best way to support is via Streamlabs. I'm gonna put the Streamlabs link up right here. It's been kind of quiet I haven't heard any notifications from those super chats for like an hour, and I just realized it's 11 o'clock. So I'm gonna try to. And I can do another hour maybe, but we got more callers. I got so many things pulled up. I got so many things pulled up that I could talk about, but we got a new caller in here. What's going on, caller? Hello. You got something to say?
No.
This kid again.
Remember me?
Why were you trolling us, dude?
Because I can.
At least you're not saying some weird stuff. Man, hey, where are your parents at, dude? Why are your parents giving you these devices so young, man? Get off these devices. Get outside and play in the dirt, boy.
I'm 15, so
Okay.
I can play with these devices.
You should still be outside playing in the dirt. Why?
Yeah, you shouldn't be on. I didn't get my first phone until I was like older than 15, I think. So.
But what interests you here? Like, did you just discover this randomly?
I don't know.
What?
I thought that you were live again, so I thought,
Yeah.
why not Rickroll?
I got rickrolled. Hey man, I appreciate the call, man. What's good with you, man? How's life?
It's good.
Your mama busting your balls? What are you doing?
No, I was just looking. Just looking.
Right on, man. You got anything to say? Any questions or anything?
No, not really.
All right, dude. Hey, man, you have a good night. Take it easy. Stay away from the weirdos on the internet, man. There's some freaking weird people out there, man. Take it easy and be safe, buddy. Later, bud.
See, that's why I have hope in Gen Z.
I mean, at least he didn't do some weird. He didn't go nutty with it. Let's see. What I have to do now. Here's the thing. When I pull someone new in, I gotta. All right, here we go.
Hide first. And
yeah. Let's see what's up. We gotta test the waters first. Carlo, what's up, buddy? There you go. He's a real person.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Que paso, Carlo?
Yeah, so I just called in because you were talking about COVID and how like the tests are like really like it's bad.
Well, there's a lot of false positives. Yeah, there is a high false positive rate, which is alarming because the more you test, the more you're going to get false positives, and it's going to create panic.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, do you think like the numbers in the U.S. like really inflated or what?
It seems like it to me. It seems like it's massively inflated because, especially if you look, this whole thing about asymptomatic carriers, to me, it doesn't add up. And Ivor Cummins has done a great job talking about this. I think he coined the case-demic term. He's out of Ireland, and he's really cool. Ivor Cummins, he's done a good job. Check out his YouTube channel if you want to learn a little bit more about how the data is being manipulated. So yeah, man, I think we're seeing a lot of data manipulation and a lot of media terror being enacted on us right now. What do you think?
His name is Ivor Cummins. Is his name?
Yeah, Ivor, Ivor Cummins. It might be with a G. Does he have a G?
Okay.
Ivor Cummins. I think it's Cummins like the motor. Cummins.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he's a good one, man. What do you think?
Yeah, and the virus is like, it's not even that contagious. Or it is, but like it's not as deadly as like the flu. So it's like kind of a scam.
That's what it seems like to me. It seems like what we're looking at is a lot of fear mongering. It seems like there is a virus. Like, obviously, there's a virus, but the fact that more than 97, I think it's less than 1% death rate overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous.
Yes.
And you also have to think about like how many of those were COVID wasn't even the main cause of death. Like they had just tested positive, and then people had said like, "Oh, you had COVID? Well, that's a COVID death." Like that was a large amount too. So I'm sure that number is even the number of people who have actually died is much lower than even we've seen from the CDC. Yeah. And also, of course, they keep flip-flopping on how COVID even can be transmitted. Like they said, it doesn't transfer over surfaces, it doesn't transfer through air, that it's only like water droplets, in which case like the whole mask thing and 6 feet doesn't really matter, just sneeze in your elbow.
Well, the protest thing made it so obvious too, right? Where they were like, yeah, right. If you're protesting this, it's not going to spread, but if you're protesting lockdowns, it's totally going to spread. That was where I think a lot of normies even were like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, I one of my protest videos I covered, there were probably like 700 people in a really tight space, like on each side of the street. I had multiple older guys come up to me and were like complaining about the masks. I had someone write a book in the chat on one of my videos. They're like, you weren't wearing masks. And I was just like, well, if you're there, then you're not really worried about it. You should have just stayed home. Like, just leave me alone, dude. There were 700 of us in such a tight space, like probably less than the space in this building. So it's ridiculous.
Tristan, I have a question for you on like, I don't know how much you know about viruses, but like I listened to like a little bit of like Ogden's bonded plants, and he says like it's not even transmutable. It's like a detoxification. Like, what's your thing on that? Because I don't know too much about that.
Yeah,
like, is there some truth to it, or?
There are a lot of people that got really into that idea. I think anytime we see an event like this, people are going to push hard cognitively in all directions. So you're going to see the people who think, hey, this is a lot of BS. They will... I'm not trying to say that like anybody who thinks it's BS is going to be delusional, but they're... And I'm not saying that Augenist was delusional. I don't have an opinion on that. I think the theory that they've laid out, it does make sense on paper. I don't have an opinion either way. I'm not strongly opinionated on it. I think there are obviously viruses. They look at chickenpox, right? Chickenpox, people have chickenpox parties they used to get pox parties to intentionally give their children pox, right? Same with measles. They used to have measles parties. It's like, hey, this kid's got the measles. Let's give an immunity party, and then like they get the kids together and they all expose themselves to it. So it obviously viruses do transmit like that. But I think some of these people could be onto something as far as, environmental disturbances, flux and electromagnetic fields do cause, you can cause like calcium efflux in cells through subtle changes in electromagnetic fields, which is going to change how cells communicate. And Wi-Fi and this stuff, it negatively affects our cell communication. So yeah, there could be stuff like that. I think I think it's worth exploring, but it's not something that was super convincing to me. I'm more concerned with the broader implications and what's going on geopolitically with this and the this whole technocracy thing that's being rolled out in response to it. I think that's more important to me than the actual biological effects of the virus.
Okay.
But I like Augenist. Augenist had some cool ideas.
Skateboarding teens in Hawaii.
Augenist did have some...
And you just imagine them shirtless all day.
Right. Yeah, sure, Gregor. Augenist had some really cool ideas. I
wasn't too sure about it. That's why I asked you.
I like Augenist. I do have respect for him. I don't think he's right about everything, and I don't think he's right about like all the raw stuff. Like I cook most of my meat. I like it rare. Super rare.
Yeah.
Some meat I eat raw. Like, liver's great raw, but liver's also really good cooked in butter. So look, Augenist, great. He helped people, and I know people personally that he helped. He helped a lot, and so I think his principles did work. Yeah, it's funny when people say like when a guest says like I got one last question, that's usually when they drop the like weird thing. So I'm just sometimes I'm ready to like mute But I got your face here, so I know you're not gonna do anything funny. But I had
No,
we had a car the other day. It's like, oh, you could talk to me for like 2 minutes, and at the end he was like, just spurged out and said some vile shit. So now I'm like, I get the PTSD when somebody says one last question. It's like,
yeah, this isn't weird. No, it's more about the virus, but it's like in the on the news, like you literally think they're changing the numbers just to change the numbers.
I'm not having any difficulty.
Is that just like
again? I'm bigger than you. I'm stronger than you.
Changing the numbers as far as the infection rate,
or no, just the death. Like how there's like the death count or whatever on screen.
No, I think they use the death count on screen to terrorize people, and like the red fonts and the red graphs, and they'd use that to terrorize. But I don't think they're lying about the numbers. I just think that it's hyperinflated, right? So it's like, hey, you get hit by a car and you test positive. Depending on how many magnifications you do on PCR, you can make it seem like anybody has a positive PCR test. So there's an incentivization, like hospitals are incentivized for positive results, and that's the problem. So you get if you pull somebody in a hospital, I think it was like $13,000 for a COVID patient, and then if they intubate them, it was like $40,000 that the hospitals were getting, which is a lot of money, and they were shut down for the most part. So to me, that was like very obvious. If you run a hospital, if that's your business, you're incentivized to do that, and that's what you're going to do. And that's what happened here in Ecuador too. The PCR tests were just pumped out everywhere, and they freaked everybody out with the tests and locked it all down. Small businesses close, people get impoverished, and then guess what? The big investment banks come in and they buy up the land dirt cheap that everybody sells off because they're impoverished. And you've got a giant land grab that has happened just from a simple media psyop. So I think that's a big part of it. Another part of it is just testing more people and bringing in more like eugenics testing. But yeah, dude, I think we're seeing a lot of manipulation there. But I don't think there's obviously, there's viruses all the time. Viruses come and go every year. We get flu seasons every single year, and we don't shut down. Even Trump said that, like, we don't shut down for the flu season. So hey, respect Trump for saying that. I do appreciate some of the things that he said, although I'm pissed at him for allowing a lot of this to happen. And yeah, man.
Yeah, there's just so much like dishonesty. Like when I'm talking to the friends, like we're just like talking about this. It seems so like some of the stuff about the viruses seems so BS to me. I just wanted to like ask about it,
Dude, what do your friends think? Do any of your friends asking questions like this as well, or do you feel like you kind of?
No, they think I'm crazy. Like this guy's crazy or whatever. But
you in college?
No, I'm actually in high school.
Okay.
I'm a junior right now.
You're a junior? Oh, that's cool, man. You look like you're like 22 or something. That's cool.
Yeah, I look rural for my age, but I guess it helps sometimes.
There you go. Hey, that's nice when you're junior in high school. The ladies like that when you look older when you're in high school. When I was a junior in high school, I think I still looked kind of like 15. So maybe I looked my actual age when I was a junior in high school, but I started kind of blooming when I was in college. Started growing a beard and shit. But yeah, dude, it's not an easy time to be in high school, is it?
Yeah, it's like really weird right now, especially online classes.
Online class, huh? So how many kids in a class for an online class?
Like per class or?
Yeah, so like you do Zoom or Skype? How many kids are in the?
Yeah, it's on Zoom. It's like 30 kids per class. It's like, it's really weird.
And does it seem like it's gonna shift back to in-person schooling soon?
Well, at my school, they're saying about like hopefully by spring, like hopefully. So, like it's kind of weird, definitely tough.
Oh, man, how are your parents handling all this?
It's not bad. I have pretty good because I have Wi-Fi. Like some kids don't even have Wi-Fi. They go to like McDonald's or like Starbucks just to go to school.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
So both your parents didn't lose their jobs or anything? Because a lot of people just.
No, we're getting by. It's all right now.
Yeah,
pretty lucky, but.
What state are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in California.
Where in California?
I'm in LA County.
Nice. Well, what city? I know SoCal because I grew up in Carlsbad, so like.
I'm in Pasadena.
All right, cool, man. Well, you know what? One good thing to come out of this is, all the good skateboarding footage out of California right now is really cool because everything is everything. There's no security guards, so all these all these malls and stuff. There's really good skate footage coming out right now. I think professional skateboarders are stoked. That industry's kind of hyped, I guess. But I don't know if they're selling a lot of stuff. But there's some good skateboarding footage coming out of California and all this lockdown.
Yeah, for sure.
Are the beaches closed? Or are they? You guys are allowed to go to the beach?
Well, yeah, no, the beaches. I actually just went to the beach on Monday, but all the hiking trails are closed and stuff.
Oh.
So you just can't hike at all.
You can't hike. That's insane.
Yeah.
Shoot, man. Hey, get a good girlfriend. Find a good girlfriend
yeah,
right now and hold on to her, dude. Hold on to her. Don't go freaking messing around.
Yeah.
Just marry your high school sweetheart. Make some kids. Have a good life, man. Don't wait till you're 30. No, be simping when you're 30 years old.
Don't be simping.
No simping at 30.
You better, yeah.
You don't want to be dating when you're 30 years old, dude. Lock it down.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Lock that down, dude.
Yeah, for sure. All right. It was like really cool talking. I got a lot of stuff cleared up, I guess. I can finally debate my friends, I guess, more about this topic because it's
Ivor
super
Cummins.
BS.
Check out Ivor Cummins. He's that guy. He's on point, and he's not like kooky. No like weird freaking flat Earth and aliens are gonna inject shit. Like just straightforward facts from Ivor. He does a good job of breaking it down. You'll like Ivor Cummins. He called himself the Fat Emperor. Because he was doing a lot of work concerning cholesterol and whatnot before all this pandemic stuff. And he's done a fantastic job. Shout out to Ivor. Thank you for the work you've done, dude.
All right, for sure. I'll check him out, man.
All right, Carlo.
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm head out.
Stay in touch, bud.
Just don't worry about them thinking you're crazy. You're gonna find that like the more you like educate yourself and get involved, that your own friends, like I've got really close friends at my college earlier who were talking about like Kyle Rittenhouse, the shooter in Kenosha, and they were like complaining, and it's like these kids haven't even seen like the footage or like what the politicians are saying surrounding it or any of the stuff. So yeah, just educate yourself and you'll be fine. You'll understand that like you're soon gonna have to just separate all that stuff from the talk with your friends probably. But
right. All right.
Yes,
take care.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, see you, man.
Take it easy. Got a couple super chats here. Super chats from the super chads up in the chat.
Chats.
Erica donated $10. Says in Chicago with my mesh mask, hated by all. Keep it up, Tristan and Jessica. Thanks for the info and entertainment. I appreciate that. William Kareen, long-term supporter. William Kareen, thank you very much, man. He didn't even say anything, but he's up in the chat, always keeping the chat on point and bringing up good stuff there. He sends $5, and that's much appreciated. Fab sends a fab $5. Says the stats are science. Studies show that globalism will save the world. Says that one guy that called in earlier.
Gosh.
The studies show. Alco, hey, here
ruined
we go.
my night when he joined, honestly.
That was
This is like one of those things that ruined your day.
It's like I'm getting all you Zoomers are like calling. I'm like, man, you guys are awesome. All you kids are on point. You kids are gonna help the situation. I don't have to worry so much about my kids growing up without any other like-minded people. And then Matt jumps in and tells us why globalism is so good, and we need a global McMonoculture to save us from the existential threats that 15-year-old boys are being programmed to believe are gonna kill them. Alco Goblin, what's up, brother? Back again. Different camera angle today.
Yeah, different camera. I'm using my phone as a camera because my webcam got shorted out or something. I don't know. But yeah, I got some questions or like stories to tell you about like my sister. She has 3 daughters, and they're all pretty much hooked on phones, like TikTok and everything, YouTube's. I don't think they're on Facebook yet, or fully engaged in the whole social media stuff, but yeah, they're pretty much in the whole TikToks. And they were here for like half a summer in Lithuania. They live in Africa or somewhere in Emirates, United Arab Emirates. So, and I got to see for like a whole month and a half what were they like, and they're completely addicted to everything. They just freak out whenever, phones get taken away. They're not playing outside. They're not doing anything. I mean, let me show you what the outside looks like. Like we have this much space
That's beautiful,
around.
man. You got space. You got space to run around. You can bike. You can get ride motorcycles out there, dirt bikes, quads. Shoot.
We don't have those kind of luxuries, but we have tractors at least.
There you go.
But yeah, do you think it's possible for them to get unaddicted of all this stuff at this young age?
Yeah, but they have to. It's traumatic kind of because they've wired themselves, right? They've wired themselves into it. But you can start. You have to convince them that it's. You have to show them the harm that it's doing, and that can be hard for people to see.
Yeah.
It's like with any any drug. I can quit anytime I want. I'm not addicted. And they're just like scrolling.
Yeah, same with me when I was addicted to pornography. Like
Yeah.
I even sometimes, like after a month of quitting porn, I was like, was I really addicted?
Right. You're like, oh, I could just like one more, like I'll just go, yeah, just one more time. And then it's like, every day you find yourself like just wasting hours. It's the same as if you can somehow convince them like, look, this is the long-term, how old are they?
The oldest is 10, I believe.
Okay. And the youngest? Man, that's young to have a phone. 10 is young to have a phone.
Youngest is 3 and she is addicted to. Or no, not 3, 4.
You got to talk to your sister and
4 years old.
Dude.
I did, but I was addicted to a computer too when I was 15 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I cannot talk about it. I cannot talk about it because I was addicted too.
Where does she
she has that kind of mentality.
You have to replace the habits. That's the only way to do it, right? So the time that they spend on that, they have to find something else that they enjoy just as much. Now the problem is the dopamine feedback that they get from this is different from the dopamine feedback you get from something else. Like if you are trying to learn a physical skill, say they're trying to learn how to do a backflip, right? They want to do a standing backflip or ride a bike. There's pain involved, some physical pain. It's physically difficult and it takes resolve and it takes long to actually learn these physical skills, especially if you're disconnected from your body and you're just swiping in phones all day. So
yeah,
you get a huge dopamine rush when you learn a new physical skill, right? Like if you do like a freaking kickflip on a skateboard or something, it's like you land it, it's like whoa, it takes you weeks, right? You have very slow progression to learning these basic skills. You're gonna do a wheelie on a mountain bike, right? It takes weeks to get it down, but when you do it, it does give you that dopamine rush. So they have to do like what the Silicon Valley tech people do, and it's a dopamine fast. And this is what the Coomers that come and hate in the chat, all the Ask Yourself fans, this is what they never do. They never disconnect from this stuff. They never disconnect from the video games or the porn. But if they could just get off it for a week, that's a start, right? And then just start doing other things. Get them, like you can get them bicycles or something, just some sort of a physical thing that they can start working on, and remove the shitty stimulus from the phones for a while. But I guess the sister has to be convinced that it's damaging enough.
I mean, she's very incredibly stubborn. She even does this with food. Like she buys sweets and all the crap. And I cannot say anything because I was addicted to sweets too. Like I drank all the Coca-Colas. I ate all the cakes and everything.
So you could also, if you can't help to influence that situation immediately, at least it's a lesson for you later on, right? Like we were lucky enough to have seen a lot of this stuff with people around us. So our children, they don't have, our daughter's 8, and she knows how to answer a phone, but she doesn't have a phone. She doesn't get on the computer. If they're gonna watch something on a computer, if they're gonna watch a video, it's like mom or dad put that video on, they watch 1 or 2 videos. They don't watch movies or TV or anything, and they're not missing it. They're not missing anything, right? These things are babysitters. That's why lazy parents use devices as babysitters, and that's the problem. There's a huge spider walking around. Oh, that's not even that big.
What do you think about the shows? We had these old Russian cartoons that were kind of teaching kids about this kind of stuff. What do you think about those? What would you consider as a good show for a kid to watch, or do you not have any?
Our kids like to watch. There was a while where our daughter Like when I was building our truck, we would watch this channel about this other guy that was building his square body. Like he had like a Chevy truck and he was building it. So we would watch that, and it was just all about it was just like a gearhead channel. So technical things. Our son Ryder, he likes he just watches he likes to watch tractors. He really likes tractors. And mud bogging. So like he'll watch like trucks just driving in mud. He loves that. Like tractors pulling out other trucks from the mud. So like we'll let him watch stuff like that. But as far as educational stuff, they're really into books. Like if you get your kids into reading, you teach them how to read, that's the best thing. But yeah, I think some of these, there could be educational programs. Okay is mentioning there's some cool Russian Orthodox stuff that's out there for kids. But I think
not necessarily educational, it's just entertainment. Good quality entertainment on TV, like that's all.
That's what I would say.
No degeneracy, no nothing.
Yeah, I'd say avoid just TV. They shouldn't even look at TV as entertainment. It's like every once in a while, it's something that they can look at. Like, I mean, it might sound weird. Our daughter's 8 years old. She's never watched a movie.
Yeah, that sounds kind of weird.
But she's she's like one of the most socially graceful people you will ever see. She's the most mature 8-year-old I've ever met. There's nothing we hide from her, right? Like she's solid, and she doesn't miss any of these things. And a lot of her friends also don't watch movies and TV and stuff like that. But yeah, I think we have to protect our children from these things. It's important. Ryder's 4. Ari's 8. Like it's not like I'm against Ariana watching movies. Like she'll watch movies eventually, and she sees, she sees things, she hears things. She's not sheltered. You know what I'm saying? She knows what's happening in the world. She doesn't there's a lot of things she doesn't understand, and we protect her from things she's not ready yet. But yeah, I think we should be protecting our children, guarding them. We treat the devices and we guard them from these devices just like we would drugs and alcohol. That's how we treat it. We treat it like drugs and alcohol. It's like, hey, when your kid's 10, 12 years old, a little sip of wine maybe, a little taste of wine. But it's like, it's not when they're, they don't need, give your 4-year-old a bottle of wine in a cup and just say, hey, go at it. I'm going to go outside and, I'm going to go in the other room and game. I'm going to go game, right? It's like, no, so I think that's the lesson for us. It's like when you have kids, when you have children, you're going to be able to make these decisions. And yeah, it's hard when it's hard when someone you love, like a sister or brother, and they don't see it the same way.
Yeah, I'm pretty much set on everything how I'm gonna do with it, because I'm still kind of wondering what I'm gonna do with the medias and if I'm gonna let my kids play video games or not. I don't know.
Right. They're not missing out on anything by not watching television and not playing video games. They're missing out on nothing.
But it's just
they can always catch up later. But if they build skills and hobbies that are outside of that, they're gonna be so much better. My children, they love playing in the dirt. They love helping. Like Ryder likes digging, and he wants to do physical labor. He wants to help with everything everybody's doing. Right?
Well, I was thinking more of in the context of a late evening of us just playing Mario Kart or whatever, that sort of thing.
I think that's fine, man. But it's like, I think late evening, if you want your kids to sleep well, don't put them in front of TV late in the evening.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it'd be like early evening and then back off it before it gets. Someone says this is a Lithuanian guy. Tell him to watch Simland. Somebody has said this on the last one. He says, tell him to watch Simland, who's also Lithuanian.
Yeah, I've seen it. I know of him.
Yeah.
Doesn't put out any Lithuanian content though.
I haven't seen it, man. He must be shadow banned too, because I don't get his videos recommended at all. I haven't watched any in a couple years, but I like Sim. He's good. It's a hard one, man. That's a really good question. That's a great question.
And one last thing, can you please unban me? I think I'm banned on
you got friendly fans.
I might have said something. I might have said something edgy back in the day.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I banned you or if a mod banned you, but I'll blame a mod because what's your? Can you do me a favor, because there's so many if your name is just your name, it's gonna be hard to find it.
Alco Goblin.
What is it called?
Alco Goblin, just like my
Alco Goblin
Zoom handle.
Oh, there you go, Alco Goblin. I like your tagline is "Go F yourself."
What?
You're unblocked. It says go F yourself. Like if you look up Alco Goblin, it just says go F yourself. It says 199 subscribers, 18 videos. Go fuck yourself.
Whoa.
My dad.
That was probably my old me.
Dude, you have funny video titles, man. I'm not gonna say the video titles. I'll get kicked off YouTube. Hey, but your video titles.
I gotta find those. I won't read them. I just wanna see them.
Don't think too much of them.
Phoenix Compilations has joined the channel.
Yo.
Hello. Phoenix Compilations.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. This is Phoenix.
Hi, everybody.
We need to see your feet, or you cannot be in the stream.
My feet.
Yeah.
All right, I'll prove that I'm not a spurt, Tristan. You're gonna see Primal Edge clips in the chat right now.
There we go. We're gonna get the face reveal.
No, not yet. I'm kind of in a sky situation right now.
You're not wearing your makeup.
Well, I'm trying to get a degree from a school where the Dietetics Association was founded by a vegetarian. You know. So, I don't think it'd be wise to show my face right now, but
you're talking to heretics right now.
Another reason is probably because I live close to Berkeley, which is like, I would say it's like the vegan capital of the world. So
it is, man.
Probably not wise to show my face.
You will be physically. You'll just get lynched if you walk outside. If you show your face right now. It's good to hear your actual voice. It's good to hear your not in character voice. I don't know if. Well, I'm not gonna. People can put the pieces together from what I just said, but you, yeah, you've had some great surprise calls the last few days, man.
Yeah.
People were thinking that people were like, Tristan's like planning these or something. They thought that we planned those. Some of them were so funny.
Yeah. Hi, everybody tells me my vegan gains voice is the best.
You did a good vegan gains. Hi, everyone. I like when you act like you're crying and you're like, I hate you, Tristan. That was good. That was good vegan gains.
The key is to sound as depressed as possible. That's how I get into character for vegan gains.
Hi, everyone. So I just want to say, I'm just like really depressed right now, and I hate everyone. Okay.
It's like a few steps away from spare. Just like.
Exactly.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, what's up, everyone?
Do you bring blood?
Hi, everyone. What's up? If you don't eat blood all day, you are mentally ill. If you do not send me your blood, you are a mentally ill retard.
But Tristan, I just wanted to say that last stream with Isaac was so hilarious. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm still recovering from my metastatic stage 9 cancer that I contracted from that stream.
Oh, he uploaded bits of it. I was in it twice.
He uploaded bits of it. Only bits? Of course, only
well,
bits.
Yeah. Well, he uploaded like the pieces of him like coming into the Zoom call, and then he had like bits of him talking to some of the people in the Discord. I was one of those, like, because I popped in to like see it, and I was inviting him on. So that's when I popped in and we talked over voice chat, and that's when that happened. But yeah, he put that on YouTube.
Deputy Dave says Luna just left him. Is that true? Luna left Spherage?
No way.
That's crazy.
Aren't they having a kid?
They had a child, which was one of the stupidest things. Look, I'm all about people having children, but I'm not about those two people having children. And that Luna chick is fucking insane. She's all into witchcraft and drinking menstrual blood and shit. Those people are. I don't know if it's true that she left. Maybe she didn't. I doubt it. Who knows though? Nobody.
Yeah, but
that's just hearsay in the chat. Anyway, that's just straight rumors. Nobody knows. At least.
Yeah, my thing is about ask yourself is like, let's say we like accept, okay, killing animals is wrong, whatever. Tristan, you're more vegan than him in his own worldview. That's the most crazy thing to me. It's like you raise your own food. You probably get like 90% of your own food comes from your own land.
Yep.
Meanwhile, he like goes to the supermarket and buys his vegan tofu and thinks that he's saving the planet. But it's like
it's the intention. They'll say, "Oh, it's the intention. We don't intend to kill the animals."
Well, what they say usually when I say that is, oh, you're still exploiting the animals. But how are you exploiting the animals if you're like shelter, you're giving them shelter, you're feeding them, you're doing, it's like you're actually benefiting their life. So how are you exploiting them? It's like, this makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the whole thing that Garland Farms likes to bring up, which is the crop protection industry and just all the animals that get slayed for that. And then also talking about well-being. Oh, you're going to maximize your well-being. Well, hey, how about this, buddy? My well-being is improved from eating meat. Ooh, whoa. It's like your whole thing about morals, it's all based on your false metric of well-being, and who gets to define that? And then he says it's completely subjective. All right, so you ask him, what is morality? And he says, oh, it's basically just feelings and preferences. And it's personal preferences. So then you have nothing to debate after that. That's why he won't let anybody ask any questions, because as soon as he has to answer a question about his worldview, it crumbles. It's a house of cards on a foundation of sand.
The question.
Right? Dude.
It's like, what's wrong with him? Something's wrong with him, like, for real. Like,
oh, there's a lot wrong with it, but I can't believe that I got him, I can't believe he did that for 2 hours. Like, he was just, it was like playing an instrument. It's like, okay, you do that, you bring it back, and it's just the same notes over and over again. I don't know,
it's just my thing.
He's the most, now,
like,
OK says in the chat, he says, AY is the most insufferable person online. That's true. I was kind of amazed last night. I was talking to Jessica this morning. I was like, it's like a demon that only exists on the internet. Like, that's what you are. Ask yourself, you're a little fucking demon who only exists on the internet. You can't exist in the real world. You can't talk to people. You can't treat people like that. Nobody like that in the real world. You only exist in this little pocket of the corner of a cockroach nest of your little vegan demons in the internet. And that's all that thing is. And I don't know, I just can't imagine like how that dude talks to his parents who bankroll his whole lazy boy lifestyle. Imagine, I don't know, I would love to, we need a skit of ask yourself, talking to his mom. Mom, hold on, mom, if you're going to be a sophist, if you're not going to answer the question, yes or no, mom, if you're not going to answer the question, I'm just going to talk to Avi. I'm ignoring you, mom. Just wave at me if you want to come back. Wave at me when you'll come back and you'll give me money, mom.
Like, are you really vegan? That's my thing. Are you really vegan? Because if you're really vegan, you would be doing what John Venus is doing right now. Yeah. Growing his own food, hunting. John Venus is really vegan. These guys, they don't talk about growing their own food. They don't talk about, and they always talk about, oh, we could just have a veganic farm. Try it. Try and do your own veganic farm and see if you can not kill any animals, grow your own food. It's like, it's impossible.
And not just that, use any animal input. You need, what about worms? You need worms for the soil. You need fertilizer. That comes from animals.
It's like, are you really vegan? Because if you're really vegan, you would try to reduce the amount of deaths in your diet. Personally, I don't, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm not vegan. But if you're vegan, why aren't you trying to do that? It's like, what's wrong with you?
Hey, look, I got something to say to you, Phoenix compilations. If you really are a fan of this channel, you'd be doing Vegan Gains voice the whole time and not your real voice. The chat is, we don't want your voice. We want Vegan Gains voice. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to do vegan. I'm gonna make you talk in Vegan Gains voice every time you talk to me.
Sorry, Tristan. It's been a while now, but you're gonna get me angry.
Oh man, dude, it's almost 12 o'clock, guys. I think here, let me see if there's any super chats to read, and let me have to gaslight the audience into sending super chats. Hey, if you guys don't send super chats, the planet is gonna die, and COVID's gonna get you, and you hate grandma or something. Fab donates. No, we already read all these. No more new super chats, but I think I think we're gonna wrap it up. It's been a nice chat. It's been a great
4
day.
hours.
4 hours. 4 hour stream.
I'm still tired, dude. I've never gone 4 hours. Holy cow.
So shout out to Phoenix Compilations. You guys check out Phoenix Compilations, and big thank you to Phoenix Compilations for pulling the clips for the Primal Edge Clips channel.
No problem.
Just cannot thank you enough, bro. Really appreciate that. Don't know what we'd do without you. And I'm stoked to see more people watching those clips. Keep sharing them here on my channel. You guys subscribe to Primal Edge Clips and Phoenix Compilations. And also, everybody, go find Young Virus and tell him to get working on them remixes. Our remixes, Young Virus, if you're listening right now, you better be working hard, man, because the you have like 2 hours of Ask Yourself, Spurgatronin the F out, and we need your remixes. That's what the world needs.
When he turned to the camera, that was the most hilarious thing in the world.
Vegan Phobic sent me that clip.
You should be afraid.
What did he call me? He called me you little bitch. You little bitch. He called me. And then he
oh my god,
dude.
And then he did like a weird because he kept bringing up like sexual implications, and then he did a weird motion that was really cringy.
He dry humped the sky.
Yeah,
like,
excuse me while I kiss the
weird.
sky. Yeah, that was a moment to I don't know. That was one of my favorite internet moments of all time. It was one of my favorite and most disturbing.
Epic gamer moment.
Most disturbing. Jessica stayed up till she went to sleep like 2 hours ago, but she was up late last night. She was entertained, but she suffered today because of it. Cause she didn't get much sleep. But yeah, guys, I want to thank the chat. I want to thank Young Virus for being too lazy to make our remix today. Thanks a lot, dude, for not doing anything and not making us a remix. I'm just kidding. Phoenix Compilations, thanks for doing all these clips, man. Matt, where can they find you? Where's your channel, dude?
Matt Andrews.
Matt Andrews.
Just Matt Andrews.
Oh yeah, I just subscribed too, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
There you go. Subscribe to Matt Andrews. Throw it up in the chat chat one more time if you can. What is that, dude? I had a fly on my head. I had the what's it called? The Pence fly was just on my head. There you go.
But hey, Tristan, I want to thank you too. I want to thank you for the message that you're spreading. I feel like it's very important. Not just veganism, beyond veganism. Although, I'm pretty young, I don't know a lot about it, but I can just tell that what you're saying is right, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate what you do, and I wouldn't be able to do this without the support from the audience. Okay, as a mod, I've never seen your face. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what you sound like. Okay, but I appreciate the work you're doing there. Chase been modding up there lately too, and everybody who supports via the Streamlabs. Your support is much needed on this channel. It's much appreciated, and we really do appreciate that. So today was a little slower day on the super chats, but every once in a while we get one of those days where it's like, boom, well that was worth it. And yes, so everybody who's watching right now, like it, thumb it up, and if you want to get notified before these streams, sign up for the newsletter in the description of this video. YouTube's not going to notify you. YouTube will unsubscribe you. YouTube is making it impossible to reach our subscribers, and they're unsubscribing tons of subs. So just sign up for our newsletter, or you can become a member at primaledgehealth.com, get in our weekly coaching calls in there, and get some help from us, and chat with us more one-on-one every week. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching Phoenix Compilations, Matt Andrews, and all the guests that called in today. We got a bunch of buddies up in the chat today. Alco Goblin, shout out to Alco Goblin, who's you can't even say the titles of his videos because there's
don't watch my videos.
Don't watch his videos. They're too.
Tristan, you know why we didn't get a lot of super chats? It's because my roommate didn't strip today. That's what it was.
Dude, we need them. Yeah, or next time we promise there'll be Guatemalan nipples. Male Guatemalan nipples next live stream. Maddie's roommate walks in and Matt just makes him dance. He's just like, dance, roommate. Starts whipping him.
No, disavow. We're joking.
Matt's like, don't worry, it's okay. It's okay. He's Guatemalan. It's like, what?
I'll have some questions next time about land management and everything, because I have land to inherit from my dad.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna work.
Awesome, man. Yeah, time to start now, right? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Dude. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll talk to you next time. You can find more at primaledgehealth.com. And that's it. We're out of here.